Hello friends, welcome to Roll to Quest. We do experience authentic live D&D. Hoping that you can actually hear me. That's a problem. We're doing great.
Professional.
Doubt you could hear any of that. All right, we're going to try again. Welcome, friends, to Roll to Quest, where you get to experience authentic live D&D. Apologies for last week. We just had unexpectedly, we had some people out, and there was enough people missing that we were not able to play. But with that, we just get to jump back into our story, which where we had left off, you all had quite easily actually successfully you successfully made your infiltration into Roslakar. It seemed a little bit easy as you were almost more so guided on your way to the lab, or the Resilient lab that was beneath the school. While going down, you did notice that there was something odd going on in the larger chapel. It seemed to have a lesson of an instructor that many of the students were very excited about, very surprised that you weren't going to. While some suspicion did arise from this, you still made your way into the basement, specifically into the Resilient lab, to learn more about the experimentation that was going on. Not much conversation actually happened, as it was quickly decided that based on previous iteration with Squawk, conversation was not going to get very far, especially as he seemed to be taking hostile intent towards one of Tiku's seemingly almost comatose friends. After combat broke out, Squawk seemed to feed Tiku's friend a little bit of her blood, and in a brief moment of consciousness, he seemed to give a command that seemed to affect specifically Kane's dragon, as well as Tiku and Kane would have felt a slight pull on it, which you both saved against. But the command that he gave almost seemed to have power behind it. With that being the case, not much more happened past that, as Bam quickly suppressed... Bab, yes, sorry. Bab would be correct. Bab quickly suppressed, and throughout the fight, with the fight that ensued, I should say, was eventually neutralized by your group, not before seemingly starting to slightly revert back to an original semblance of what appeared to be one of Tiku's previous comrades. It seemed almost a little bit crazed, almost insane, and could not quite function. With that being the case, Tiku was able to, we'll say, free his soul before you guys fully eliminated Bab. And then Gurgle arrived back, saying that the ritual seems to have been completed, although it was delayed, and that Adaro was quickly on his way. You guys made your way through an exit that was pointed out to you by one of Urazu's first hands. I should say you followed him out, as he didn't point out. He simply seemed to have vanished into the wall. And you guys found your way into what you guys have now having a semblance of the understanding is the crystal veins, thought to be almost a connection to the crystal eye in some kind. What you do know about it is that it seems to be wildly affecting your magic. It allowed Kane to collapse the passage that you guys had entered in through, as well as seem to alter the effects of his magic, making it grow stronger and weaker, almost in waves. You guys then explored the crystal veins for a little bit before finding effectively a dead end or a cave endpoint to one of the passageways to rest for a time. You've discovered a wide assortment of wildlife, as pointed out by Zephyr, not too unlike what you guys had encountered in the Dryson Woods, with creatures that seemed to almost be a blend or a mixtures of different life forms, both in physicality as well as seemingly the features or the personalities that they seem to admit. Only other thing that you had noticed is that it is almost as if the rocks, or it would be better said as like the gemstones within these walls of a massive variety of colors, almost seem to have a living element to them. Tiku is convinced they're alive, but other than the gemstones moving and almost seemingly having eyes, there haven't been any other proofs or essences that led us there. where we had left off is Zephyr had created a teleportation circle, which between him and Kane, they've done a little bit of research onto, a little bit in debate on how this spell is actually going to work. Kane is confident the spell will work. It's just how will the spell work, depending on how this arcanic fluctuation is currently moving. The only other thing is that Kaio is currently carving a door out of stone and bedrock, trying to make an entrance that you might be able to open a door to the Packers' domain on. And exactly where we had left off is, as Zephyr you've now confirmed effectively the first teleportation circle and believe that it will work, just a matter of how it's going to work, you started to hear the familiar hum of the cube. So with that, if we haven't switched to everybody, you can. I'm going to start with whatever you have.
So I just had a question on the Ubi, I think his name is.
Yes.
When he gave the command of protect, I asked before and you said I didn't feel anything, but you just barely said that I did feel something.
So you had succeeded against the check. When you rolled against it, you would have not felt a strong sway based on how you did it, based on the fact that you succeeded it, sorry, I should say.
You
but
just
it's
told me like in session that I wasn't full dragon, so
it wouldn't have affected you, but I would correct that a little bit to where you would have felt it. It just wouldn't have been compulsive.
Okay.
It would have been more of like
anti-ray.
no,
It would
not. I never entered that.
It's just think of it more of like if the difference between a command and like your boss telling you to do something. It almost felt like a place of authority. Someone was telling you to do it. You didn't feel any compulsory action to where you had to do it. However, it would have still felt, despite the low standing of kobolds as well as the unthreatening demeanor of Ubi, you would have still felt almost like that guise of authority coming from it. That is how I would describe it.
Okay.
Where it's not compulsive, but almost commandive. If that makes sense.
One other thing is that I asked them to gather up crystals and stuff so I could start, like, for experimentation purposes.
For food.
I believe yes, and so that one was.
So they're gathering at the same time as the door.
That is where we're at. Is Tigu and I think it was just you.
Ubi
Ubi is unconscious.
is unconscious. It's
It would be
been a minute.
yourself, and then Ardal is the other one who is currently helping you. He did also volunteer to be the first one to go through the teleport, just in case it has something off with it. But that...
And you cast the mind blink spell.
Yeah.
Yes, you did
and
create the teleport.
Sneevo is conscious right now as well. Snino.
Snino is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, apologies. I thought you were still talking about Ubi. Snino is also... Snino.
I thought it was...
Snino, sorry.
Yeah.
It's Sninu for sure. I was just repeating her. This is what happened last week.
That's
too.
what I was saying, because you made the comparison of Snoot.
Yeah, it's Ninu.
Swizzle.
After stream last week,
It's
there was a
Sninu.
lot of debate on how his name was
How to pronounce his
pronounced.
name.
It is Sninu.
Sninu, for sure.
Sninu is conscious, and he would also be helping you to gather. With that being the case, again, what is currently, or what I need to know what you guys do right now, the cube has just started to hum. Only Kane and Zephyr have noticed as of this point. What are we doing?
Imagine being a new character.
I was told I was out scouting out in the wild
No, you were
to
scouting.
protect us from monsters.
You were scouting as you guys got here. You are currently in the room with them. You're just like at the entrance, but you are present.
I'm looking out for danger.
We don't technically have to listen to it.
Danger is everywhere.
That's why I'm looking out for danger.
Are we setting up camp here, or are we going to try and cast that teleportation spell?
We're most likely going to be attempting the teleport.
I
If Ardal survives, it's decent odds.
typically the cube always has some good intel when it wants us to look at it.
Are we sure we want to look at the cube in here?
I'll give it a go.
Him?
I thought Clay Beak
Does Clay Beekman know
No,
about
I
the cube?
think he does.
I don't think
I'm
he
pretty sure
does.
y'all told me about it before.
No, we definitely talked about it while he was here.
Maybe.
Well, if Plan A falls through, this door is mighty fine.
Regardless, I would.
We're gonna say that yes, we'll say that you have not seen the cube, but it's been mentioned to you. That like you guys have had conversations about it and briefly explained to Clay Beekman what it is. That's all I'll say we're at right now.
Let me see what the cube wants.
Just you?
I think that's fine.
I'm gonna cast guidance. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna cast anything. I'm casting nothing.
Is there something weird going on with magic right now?
I mean, magic, from what we can tell, is
feels weird.
fluctuating on the low end or the high end.
Feels weird.
It almost feels like you're caught in a magical current, which again is another quick reminder. Gravity is also altered to where
Yeah,
you
it's
are
lighter.
almost not quite to the level of like moon gravity, but to the point that like contextually, all of you are currently moving faster. All of you have an extra 10 feet of movement right now to explain how the weight difference is currently working.
Tico's really messed up right now. She's trying to keep on her feet
That does
because she's
fluctuate
different
slightly.
size now.
So who has the cube? You,
Kane
right?
has the cube
I-
currently. The last thing you had told him is you gave him the cube and told him to not let anyone look at it.
And
You got
then
last session?
I watched most of it, but Stephanie got really
Are you
sick
sure it
near
should be
the end,
you?
so I missed like the last half hour.
I haven't had any bad experiences with Talos yet.
It's not about that. It's
It's
the
true.
more you use the cube, the more likely it is for you not to return.
Well, Zephyr, here's about this for you
studied-
not to use it.
I've studied the cube. a lot.
Zephyr, we need you to cast that teleportation spell.
but
If
I've-
something happens to you while you're in that cube, we don't have that out.
Kane still has a way out.
Does he?
kind of.
Kind of.
He has his teleport through. Was it?
Transport via plants
Yes.
is the name of the spell. But I will not be able to cast that until tomorrow.
Which should be fine in the worst case scenario.
No, I'd rather have the guarantee someone else go in that cube. You stay here, and then we can teleport. We need a plan B. And staying here for 24 hours or 12 hours or however we want to consider a rest in this place is not a smart move, in my opinion.
I mean, if anyone else is more experienced with the cube than me,
Gurgle, right?
I mean, maybe like crafting it, but
That's
not-
what?
You've
But-
been in the cube before, right?
Yes.
See?
But no one's studied it for years like I have.
Oh, well, just tell him what he needs to look for.
It's
As one quick reminder as well that you would
Yeah.
know. Whenever you look into the cube, it happens in an instant.
oh yeah.
Well,
I know.
So the worry that you're
Cast the save.
the worry that you're not
Yeah.
able to cast spells is only
That's
if you
what they're worried about.
if you fail. With that, I do want to interject for just 1 second because I think he has something.
Okay, so just because experimenting, because we have no idea how this works. You said we can kind of like feel like the heightening scale of magic, right?
The heightening and you can feel the flow to where again it is very much so like peaks and troughs, and how well you can manage that, it's very difficult. That's why Kane with a very very high Arcana check was able to effectively harness the peak of that flow. But so for example, Kane having harnessed the peak of that is not confident that he could do it again with 100% accuracy.
I mean, ultimately,
There's a reason I
if you're that worried about going
Well-
to the cube now, we just go later.
While they're
We can
talking about
go
this,
later.
just
I'm
as
just worried, not so much about someone going into the cube. I'm worried about us not being able to get Tiku out of here for help. She is in a rough position.
Tiku needs to
She
be
actually
in here.
looks like she got cooler.
Wait, no, now Tiku's confused. Tiku needs to be in here to get better.
Wait, what?
The dragon's here.
She believes that the dragon is within the crystal caves.
Is the dragon in the room with us?
What?
He definitely could be.
Definitely.
You recognize that voice and you all hear it in your heads.
Wait, I hear it in my head?
Who did you set up the temporal link with?
Our doll?
It was Ardal, and he has multiple targets. It was 7 targets.
I'm trying to remember.
6. Our doll. That's
Is it 7?
6
Here,
or
let
no?
me double
I
check.
just need a quick refresher. The answer is whoever you have set up the telepathic link with heard that.
That's not our doll's voice.
I was gonna say,
No,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not.
just making
Apparently you
sure.
recognize it.
Okay, so real quick, while
I
while
kind
he's
of think
looking
I
that
know
up,
what it is, but I don't know if Harm did it on purpose.
So, just like aiming for one of the higher apexes of the magic, not really trying to be too accurate. I'm going to will the magic around me
Yeah.
to complete the next step of the door.
What's the next step of the door?
I'm just, whatever part of the door I'm working on, just complete the next step. Very simple task, like, for instance, the bottom hinge.
How
as you attempt to do that, what you would realize about this magic, and this would be fairly quick, this isn't like a magic in of its own. This is
Manipulating of the weave.
it is a potency of magic that affects magic that you use.
Okay, would I know?
It's like thick air.
Could
and
it
stuff.
cause? Could I do an Arcana check to figure out? Could it cause my magic to do something that it's not supposed to? For instance, cast
This-
Cure Wounds and it deals damage.
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay. Let me just look through my.
Now hold that thought. So it's 8 people.
Good.
Now, real quick, and I apologize, as I forgot because we haven't played in 2
It
weeks.
would be all the conscious people.
So it'd be all of you plus Ardal and Sneevu.
Yeah.
Sneenu, yeah.
Yeah.
Sneenu. This is her fault.
It's Ninu, okay?
It is
It's
Sneenu.
not hard.
That is canon.
It's
It is
Ninu.
Sneenu. Okay, so yes, all of you plus
least it's not
Ardal
Hookery.
and Sneenu would have heard that.
Could you just repeat that just one more time, if you wouldn't mind?
There's some other
what
word
he
or
said?
names.
Yeah.
He said it could be.
Does anybody else hear voices in their
Apparently he
head?
said the way that he said it was, well, it could be.
Hello.
Does anybody else hear voices in their head?
Red
Is it just
eyes.
me?
Am I so easily forgotten?
Red eyes. It's totally red eyes.
How do you not know, Tree? I want to say it's so bad. I want to say it's so
How are
bad.
you?
All right.
Wait, why can't
I'll
you?
uncover the
Or are you
cube.
unconscious? I forget.
How are you?
Oh yeah, because we tied him up and everything. That's right.
Razu's unconscious.
Yeah, we left him unconscious.
Our doll's currently carrying Razu.
What?
In your head, he lives rent free.
Oh,
Wrong champion. No, it's totally Rudars.
It is.
That's literally what I was saying.
it
The
is-
champion that's in your head, bread free.
No, it is Golrosh. You
Okay.
do recognize.
It's
although-
Golrosh?
My bad.
Although
That's
he
what I was
sounds a
trying to
little
say,
bit
the champion
more.
in your head.
He sounds more in control. The last time you talked to him, he almost seemed to keep resetting to looking at.
Are you
the
sure that's
plane,
not
the
Rudars?
city.
hey, I'm at a point.
That
I
place sounds
check
like
in with this
Rudars.
man like every day.
As I was, again, you would recognize the
I
voice.
thought he said Kayla was the one who recognized the voice.
No.
Oh.
Zephyr recognized
That's why I
the
was
voice.
real-
Am I going crazy, or do people keep hearing voices in their head?
I mean, this is pretty normal for me.
What?
What?
Yes.
I ate Rudars. He's still around.
You ate Rudons.
Not Rudars. Freaking Golrosh.
Golrosh.
Yeah, Golrosh. I don't. They said Rudars, and then I started confused. Got confused.
Are we-
Golrosh.
Golrosh.
Yeah.
Golrosh, can you hear us?
Wait, you ate the orc?
I don't know if you guys can talk to him. Can you hear him?
Surprisingly, yes.
Oh, that's weird.
What? Where
Wait.
are you?
His mind link literally linked his mind to all of us, and he's talking in his mind, so now we can all hear his own inner thoughts.
Where are you?
Wait, can we have any private thoughts? Tika thinks about.
You can still have private thoughts.
Whatever Tiku thinks about it. Does not seem past everybody else.
Fantasizes sticking a potion up someone's ass.
The answer to your question, though, is believe the outskirts of a town currently. What? The field calls.
So is Golrosh dead or alive?
A little both. His soul seems to be wanting to move on, but can't due to some crazy
has
machination
a
that I'm looking into.
Unfulfilled task?
Who is Golrosh?
Oh no.
He's a crazy orc tornado that almost... Actually, no, he did actually slice up one of our friends. He chopped him to pieces.
Old champion of Talos. Don't worry about it.
Well, actually, this is important. Who is the old champion of Talos?
Who are you asking?
I mean,
What do I know?
be religion
Zephyr's
check.
been the champion of Talos for a really long time.
Not one other than him.
Oh.
For as long as forever. How old are you? Wait, this math might not be mathing up.
I don't have the spell slots to spare.
So,
I don't
To
think
what?
we wasted on him.
Why does he? What?
He's still just collateral.
He's part of our party. If he's
What, is he?
compromised,
How is
he's
it?
part of
how is it
similar to
compromised?
all, a temporary member.
But But how is he compromised?
Who's the previous champion of Talos?
He smiles and he goes, meh.
Fuck it.
well, I have an experiment I want to try with magic.
Well, good luck. Just stand about 100 yards over there.
Okay. Kyle will just
Are
walk
we
over.
just ignoring the sound?
Is there a sound?
Makes
What
it
sound?
hard to think.
Well, I was planning on looking at it, but everyone else seems opposed.
During
Well, I'm not
Tickle
opposed to
purpose.
looking at it. I'm opposed to the person that can teleport us out. Opposed to looking at it.
But I'm also the most skilled person to look at it.
Yeah, we need you as a plan B. We can't risk our plan B. Go ahead.
Who else is? What do you need to be?
Getting
look at
lost in the
cube again?
sauce.
It wants to say something.
No, I know. Like what?
Okay, Tiku,
Do you
you,
need to be
you look at the
smart
cube.
or wise?
Tiku
Or
looks at the cube?
Good luck.
charismatic?
Studied it a lot. It's wise. It's a wisdom
Yes.
saving throw.
Not Tiku.
Technically, Zephyr, we could attempt to do the same ritual we did last time to allow.
Oh, maybe
safe
Tiku's
passage.
okay actually.
during this,
For the good of the
Kyle-
mission, I will go.
Maybe Tiku's actually okay.
As long as I'm standing next to this guy.
What are you trying to do
Actually-
during this?
I'm going
Actually,
to.
hand me the cube.
Wait for 1 second.
I'm not-
Kyle
I-
is
I-
going to a little bit further from the group.
I have an idea.
Try to use borrowed knowledge. Effectively, how this reads is you draw on knowledge of the spirits of the past to choose one skill you lack proficiency and gain proficiency in it.
You do that at the start of the day. I'm fairly certain.
It's just
Like
an
when
action.
You finish a long rest.
No, it's just an action. It's a spell. Duration 1 hour.
Oh, it's not your elven language.
Not concentration, by the way. I'm specifically trying to draw on the knowledge of the spirits that still retain here to gain any knowledge. So I was trying to think knowledge about the crystal eye of the people who have been here, what they died to, how long they survived, knowledge of the map. Not necessarily how the spell works, but that's the intent.
So I'll tell you this. This would be nearly impossible, if not impossible, for Kaio. The only reason that Kaio would understand, and this is actually true for any of you, by the way, the only reason you guys would even understand that souls seem to be trapped here is because Tiku seems to be able to interact with them. Interacting with souls to people normally
Normal people.
isn't even something that you would think about. It's not something that you can tap into. It's not something that you'd even be familiar with. Tiku being able to interact with souls would literally be in real life. Like you walk into a
someone's
room and
claiming
someone's
they can
like,
see ghosts.
"Can you see the spirits? They're talking to me." That's how you would look at someone who says they
Yeah.
can commune with souls.
Ever heard of a future teller? Or a fortune teller?
The only exception is it'd be like that, and you know that ghosts are real. That'd be the only difference. There's no debate.
but
Ghosts are real, and you just have a person who's talking in a room.
But typically, to interact with souls, you need a body as a medium in order to interact with them.
Yeah,
They don't
but
have a body to go
how the
back
spell
to.
reads is you draw on knowledge from spirits of the past, so I already know they exist. But because I
But the
just
way-
learned that spells can alter here, I'm specifically trying to hone it on spirits that
Yeah,
are
he's not
here.
summoning spirits. He's only
Again,
gaining their
I
knowledge.
didn't say you couldn't try it. I was just letting you. I was giving you context. Now you can attempt to try it. And for the sake of this would be a nature check.
He's informing you of possible fit.
How far away are you from us?
The room you guys are
Said.
in is about a 40-foot room.
He's against one of the walls making a check right now, or building a door.
I'm not sure if I want to be next to one of the walls. There's a guy stuck in a wall. Oh,
Where?
One.
You guys did see.
literally saw someone stuck in a wall.
No.
Well, it was like the outline of a
how,
human.
how are you even attempting to create a door in the first place?
By carving
from
it.
stone.
Just picking.
They're literally carving rock out of the wall.
This is gonna take a while.
I told him it was going to be like a
Several hours.
10-hour endeavor.
I feel like you need a dwarven smith to pull this off.
Anyway, we was having
With that, how
Sneevu?
far? Sneevu is helping.
Sneevu was like
Sneenu.
tearing chunks out of the wall.
For context for you, Sneevu seems to almost be
Sneenu.
able to
He did the thing to you too.
Sneenu.
Sneenu.
Chill.
Sneenu or Sneevu is what we were arguing before. But
Yeah,
it's
whatever the case, we know what we're talking
Sneasel.
about. There's no arguing about the name. People will mispronounce it. It is what it is. As a context for you, Gurgle, because I know you had missed it. Sneenu currently can effectively cut through the walls like not like butter, but it's almost as if he's grabbing plastic and he can crush stones. He seems incredibly strong for what a kobold
the
is.
cave lizards.
He also something you had missed is when you guys entered into the caverns, and he was
The bullets.
the way that magic had interacted with him, as well as Tiku helping to almost try and help to restore his soul. He seems to have evolved. Sneenu is I believe 5 foot, about a little bit over 5 foot now tall kobold, and he does not look as much like a kobold. He more so looks dragonoid, not even like dragonborn. He looks almost like a dragonborn or dragon, where he's like almost slightly hunched, where he's almost back into that reptile, to where on occasions when he's walking, he'll literally fall onto his hands and just walk on all fours. He has wings that have sprouted from his back. He has a much more pronounced tail that is split into multiple tails. But yeah, Sneenu is also able to cut through rock very, very cleanly.
I don't know how I feel about becoming the shortest member of the party overnight.
It is what it is. How far away did you go, and what was your nature check?
I would say I went 50 feet away,
So you went back into the hallway.
and I would also attempt to make a persuasion check right before the spell, just talking in common. If any spirits are here listening, if you help us, my friend Tiku here, if you stay with us, can set you free. And then I will try to cast the spell.
Go to make your nature check.
Natural 1 for a total of 3.
He cannot
Roll me a
connect
D100.
with the souls.
He's like possessed by a spirit.
He cannot connect with the spirits. Spirits of the land reject him.
Oh no, he's gonna connect.
Do I have heroic inspiration? Surely. 69. Nice.
Oh,
I was having him roll.
he was having me roll.
Oh, sorry.
86.
My bad.
So close.
I'd have somebody else roll for what you did to yourself. You said 86? Okay, so now... Here, I'll let you roll this
madness?
one. Roll me a d6.
6.
Oh, right.
Here's the voices. Here's the voices. The voices speak to him.
How could all my rolls go so horribly wrong? Natural 1 into a 6. Bruh.
You guys would... Standing in the room, you would start to hear almost like a sad wail. Just... Almost like somene's in pain, slightly recovering, or like on the edge of death.
Not
crawled up
a
into
whale
corner.
whale.
Also, if it mattered.
Like a cry.
W-A-I-L.
Like wail of a banshee.
I thought you
Also,
were
if
talking
it
like a
mattered.
sad whale.
No, like...
Pretty sure.
It sounds like someone who's been wounded, who's like curled up in an alley and they're dying. And it's that soft, almost moan.
That's oddly specific.
of someone.
I'm pretty sure that that Adara is sending the weeping angels after us.
I might be making my life worse, but I also intended to do this during the spike as close to the apex of the magic.
You said that
I could.
before.
Have you seen Left 4 Dead?
Yeah.
Maybe making my life worse, but you know.
Left 4 Dead's a movie?
No.
So, with that, he's gone out to the hallway. A few seconds later, you start to hear almost like that low cry.
Can I talk? Mm-hmm. Tiku, what do you say?
Is it a pressing cry?
You're
or
in the hallway. You'd have to come back if you wanted to talk to one of them.
I mean, I would just yell to Tiku.
It's an
Are there spirits around me, Tiku?
Is it?
You hear him yell.
I assume the caves are echoey.
Yeah, very much so.
Why aren't you building my... God damn it.
And be heard,
He
like,
says.
Harm became
I
a
said he yelled
chicken.
back. I said he would have to walk back to talk to him.
I don't move yet.
Tico starts coming.
I'm doing other things while this is going on, related to the cube.
Okay.
I'm with him.
Have I heard any knowledge?
I am keeping watch.
You can hear the
looking for
low
outside
wail
sounds.
too. It seems to be coming from all around you.
Wait, is this an audible thing everyone can hear? Oh, then I got my crossbow out. I'm scanning for threats.
Yeah, I would just
Can't
call
be
out to Tiku
surprised.
and... Can you see any spirits around us?
As you look to Raz or Tiku, I'm kind of confused. Something
Not Raz,
does,
yeah,
or
but
yes,
Kyle.
sorry, to Kyle. Something does seem off about him. You can't quite place him. As he kind of like, as he looks about, he looks and he says, "Can you see any spirits?" You watch as it almost seems like his face trails before it stops. After he moves a couple times, you notice like one of the times as it trails enough that his eye almost seems separate. It looks over at you before blending back into his face.
Tico grabs him and then realizes she's too short and like chugs him down.
Are you too short?
Like kicks him.
Kyle's still very tall.
She puts her hand on his face.
That the low wail stops for everybody else, and now you hear it in your head. You need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Tiku, are you within 10 feet of me?
Nope.
No, we
Definitely
wandered
not.
into the hall.
Shucks.
Bardic Inspiration. I don't think that's how that works.
DC 16.
How fast is Bardic Inspiration?
Oh, wait.
Wait. Can you do it?
I also just couldn't do it because I don't know
I
what's
might have
happening.
it.
You might have used it in the last fight.
I might have got it back though.
What would she have used?
Wisdom
Indomitable.
saving throw.
She has.
I'm pretty sure she definitely used Indomitable.
Oh yeah. No, she's
I did.
guarded
Will
mine.
just save
I have guarded in mine though,
She can just succeed.
so I can succeed it.
Do you choose to? Or do you let it go?
No, I'm gonna let it go.
Okay.
I'm gonna let it come in.
Roll me
Whatever-
a D10.
Whatever it is.
I've done great things, guys. This could not go wrong.
4.
It just went wrong.
Kyle, as you look to Tiku like kind of places her hands on the side of her head, and you watch as Tiku's eyes roll back, as she almost and like goes to fall to where you like kind of like you reach out and you catch her, and for you Tiku, as soon as you start to focus and you hear that noise and you start to resist, and then curiosity and the want to help Kaio overtaking and allowing you
Actually, I
to
wanted to help the soul. I don't care about
the soul and
Bastards.
accurate. You immediately feel as almost as if your spirit has like left your body and you start traversing these hallways at a blinding speed, way too fast to remember where you go. So you go down hallway, take a left, you go through a tunnel that seems to cut down. You end up in a room that has 4 separate individuals, all on the edges of the room, tall individuals, slightly hunched, their face almost protruding out like a raptor head. You end up in this room, and you recognize their form slightly. Tendrils protruding out of their back, larger, almost hair-like arms to human hands, as it turns and almost a lion's mane's face around a human face that's upside down, looking at you.
Ooh, that's creepy.
In that moment, as this one looks at you and just goes, "Thank you," and all 4 of them turn and just bolt at you, and you're back. Kaio holding you slightly, as you seem to have almost fallen back slightly. The wailing is gone.
Thank you.
How do you feel? Do you
Good.
know things about the caverns
I got
that you
the pot.
didn't know before?
Get the pot out. Put my hand over the pot.
Shit, I need a broth first.
Then go back to.
I want to think that it was like what a parrot says, like mimics a human. It wasn't like an actual like human
you,
voice. It was like something trying to mimic a human voice.
Think the way that would have sounded to you. Think my easiest is because I know you've seen it. Think Overlord when the creature steals things voice boxes and it implants them. So there's almost like a squeak or almost like guttural hint to the creature's normal voice. That would be how that sounded to you. Almost like a rasped voice of someone who had crushed their voice box.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to Zephyr, grab the amulet, get some broth in my pot, and then start stirring it and see if there's any like essences that I need to siphon into the pot.
There does not seem to be any spirit in you. Whatever you did, it seemed to have gotten it out of Kyle. And it's almost as if the spirit was let loose. Kyle had seemingly attracted something to him, and whatever you did, rather than absorbing it yourself, instead seemed to release it, almost like it left.
Or it's in you.
With that being the case, while that was happening, the two of you were... I know you had said something with the cube as well. What were you guys doing with the Cube of the Infinite?
So he was handing it to me initially. We're not looking at it.
It is still covered.
Handed it over to you.
I'm gonna take the cube and start walking near people and see if it gets louder. Okay, who do you want to talk to?
I think I
The cube's volume would not change.
Even when I handed it to him, aka making him the target.
It actually would have gone a little bit louder when you handed it to him.
I knew it.
I literally said I would go for the
you,
combination.
upon grabbing it, it would have stayed the same volume the entire time.
I think it does want you, at the very least.
Kyle, I think you're good now.
The fact that it doesn't do anything bothers me.
You sure you don't want to talk to Tico?
Because I don't feel like it didn't do anything.
I'm not handing it to you. I'm just putting it next to you.
Tiku goes to grab it and you like pull it away.
No. Yeah, you're strong.
Doesn't seem to change in volume.
I mean, wants to talk to me.
I'm not opposed.
Go ahead.
Just certain doing it here is just optimum.
I got the cook.
I think it wants to talk here for some reason. Typically, it seems to be a proximity thing.
Why did it wait for several hours?
It has not been several hours.
We've been walking
No, you guys have been in
several
here
hours.
for multiple hours.
I don't know.
How many crystals do I
I'm
have?
gonna walk within
No, you
10
guys
feet.
got to this end where you are after several hours.
Isn't
All right, well, no
anybody
time
else
that's your
concerned that
present. Oh, Zephyr.
Azar's going to send like a
I just
strike
look
squad
at
of
it.
hounds after us or something?
Okay,
I just
you're
look at
moving
it.
over.
I'm moving over so he's within my aura when he looks at it.
Okay, and then what did you ask Gurgle?
I said, isn't anybody else concerned that there's like going to be a strike squad of hounds coming after us from Adar or
Did
something?
you miss this too? He had used he rolled really high with the Arcana, used a
20.
substantially amplified version of Nature's Wrath, and had completely collapsed. Not like he collapsed the lab.
Practically the entire like 60, 80 foot thing that you ran up is now rubble.
Yeah, he had using.
Didn't that also destroy like part of the tower's foundation?
Oh yeah,
Correct.
Yeah.
he almost.
Everyone in the building is dead already.
He
Maybe.
quickly ran
Oh, yeah,
out
they
after
are.
collapsing
Well,
it.
The
and
ritual.
even did a decent amount of damage to himself.
People that probably weren't.
But
And the ones who didn't die are the bad
to the
ones.
point as well that like returning from where you guys came,
study.
impossible. Like even if you were using magic to move the rocks, you'd be talking like hours of moving rock out of the way for where he had
Granted,
collapsed.
Unless you're a champion.
The hell beasts are technically going to be doing the excavating for us.
Also, technically, most of the people in the building were already dead.
Okay, with that being the case, you're looking at the cube.
It's like, all right.
Okay, so it would be a wisdom saving throw. You do get his plus.
What?
Wisdom saving throw, and you get his plus. Is you're
Which
within
I
his
assume is
aura.
+5.
+5, yeah.
Don't roll a 1.
Or do.
That's not great, but 15.
15?
Yep.
15 is still a pass, so you're good. Okay, so as you
Is it?
open the cube,
Hasn't
and
he been in the cube twice?
I think you did a lot more than twice.
so you guys know this as well. There's the DC changes on whether or not the cube is open, which you guys have been able to identify with the hum. or if you are simply using the cube. It alters how hard it is to actually access it. And this is something Zephyr has already discovered. So with that, as you focus on the cube, you again, looking at the side of almost hundreds, if not thousands of possibilities, find yourself supernaturally guided to one. It's your current situation. You just look at the cube, doesn't seem to overtly have an effect. The hum dies. And you guys are all left in the room.
Oh, we're playing this out.
The cube.
I'm making a
What did you see, Zephyr?
Well,
Let's just.
I assume we're
Yeah.
all here.
I guess
everyone's
it
here?
didn't work.
It didn't seem to work.
I'm aware though, right? Like
You have a
okay.
strong suspicion.
I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure. All right.
You
What
have done this before.
What
I think this was
happened,
off
Zephyr?
stream the first time they interacted
Correct.
with the cube, but
What happened, Zephyr? Did it work?
That was too fast, Zephyr. Tico hasn't been able to cook anything yet.
It's always fast. It always takes a second.
But you always lose yourself for half a second. You haven't seemed like anything has happened.
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Well,
A very
I think
powerful artifact.
Wonderful.
he doesn't really need to know the details.
So what do we do?
I do. Kyle just keeps
What do we
building the
do?
door.
That didn't work.
He's
I mean,
doing.
our
Do you want
plan
me to
is
still hold
our
on to
plan
it?
is to teleport out of here, right?
Well, I still don't know about that, but I mean, I guess that's what everybody else wants to do, right?
Do you want me to still hold on to it?
Yeah, sure. You can hold on to it.
I'd actually prefer to just go through the crystal eye.
So I might take it.
Tico
So we're-
still needs an hour.
quick
You
thing
guys
worth
did
noting,
need an
for those of
hour.
you that have gone into the cube, aka the two of you, this is mainly for you, Gurgle, you would also be familiar with the possibility, even if this is it, like if this is a potential future, you would still know that's possible. So not seeing any effect, especially because Gurgle specifically has interacted with this multiple times, you would actually be into the...
But would my copy version be aware enough to interact with it as if it was a copy version?
So this Gurgle is just you. Whether or not this is real Gurgle or this is a copy
But I
version,
would know that this could potentially be a copy version.
even if you were a copy and like Zephyr had looked at
you
it,
think you're real Gurgle still.
you would still think
I would
you're
think
the-
I'm real Gurgle, but I would think that there's a possibility that this could be an alternate reality.
or that you're
So-
in the cube now with him.
That would be what it is. Because if you recall, the first time you guys interacted with the cube, not everyone looked at it, and you all got pulled into it. So
Zephyr
your
was literally
assumption
at night
would
when we were all
be
asleep.
he basically initiated it,
we're
and somehow
all got
all of
pulled
you
in.
got pulled in.
I also see no reason why Gurgle couldn't just ask Zephyr, who looked at the cube, do you think something happened?
Well, you don't even need to do that. Again, the reason I'm clarifying this for you is
It's 'cause
you
you
guys
would
have
know.
literally experienced this before, and it happened while you were sleeping. You know, all of you didn't look at the cube, but somehow you were all pulled in. That is what I would say would be the assumption that Gurgle would have upon seeing him and him saying nothing.
So
happened.
knowing that, then I'd probably
So
react to this situation
with
a
that,
little
you
differently.
can do whatever you'd like.
I'm just gonna have to think of that. None of us remembered that. Only Zephyr did.
For one of the times, yes. For one of the other,
When
so
we
you
were
guys-
all sleeping and got pulled in,
That's true.
only Zephyr was the only one who remembered because that's when I used the coin, and I had no memory that sit there and used the coin, and that's
then-
when I got like all pissed off at Zephyr
And then
for
I got
stealing
accused
my
for
coin.
stealing it. Yeah. All right. Regardless,
whatever the case is,
I mean, the
your-
plan is just
it
to
would still be
teleport.
the same. That your assumption, Gargle, if it didn't happen, if you think that the cube is working, it would either be
I
it
would
didn't
think
work,
that we are
or
in a
you got pulled in
simulation.
as well.
I would think that I'm in a real situation, but I'm simulating we're in again, basically from my perception, and somehow I got pulled in.
Yeah, it would literally just be either it didn't work or you got pulled in with Zephyr somehow. How that would happen, you don't know. That's just how you'd be approaching it.
Hiram, are there rainbow, like every color of the rainbow crystals?
So it's a
Or
massive
is it like-
variety.
That
There's
is
more
blue,
than the
violet?
7.
That is an important.
It
Oh,
is
but
a
it's like all
prism of
the
colors.
That is an
Ton of
important
colors.
detail that we should hammer out, though. When I looked into it, when Gus was holding it,
Are the main
the immediate events after that would be that it wasn't working and that I was playing it out.
Yes. So you would either it didn't
So
work
Gus
at all.
would be holding. No, I'm saying my vision from back then. Would it be similar to this, where Gus was holding it, it was vibrating, I looked at it, and then for some reason it deactivated, and then I played out the weird scene?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. with
Okay.
you. Okay.
So it is very similar to that. Scenario.
It would be exactly.
I
the
would
same.
I would almost immediately assume that is what is happening.
That is why I wanted to give you the clarification.
Okay. So this is like when I played out the scenarios to kill Warren, isn't it?
Potentially. I just want to try out the teleport first.
Does that mean I have to stop building my door?
No, you can keep building your door. It just means that.
Tico also
It
wants
just
to keep
means that
getting
we might die a
materials.
brutal death very soon.
So you guys are gonna teleport out, and I'm just gonna stay here building a door.
You can come help.
I don't know what
And I'm
his
happy to go
experience-
first. Is our doll.
I mean,
Let our dog go first.
I mean, you just gotta
Wait, you're
walk to
helping
the
me
other
collect
side,
ingredients.
shout good or not, and then when the rest of us can come through.
So you.
If he doesn't respond, what's our play?
Then he's probably dead.
So if he doesn't respond, we don't go in.
That's true. Yes.
Okay.
That means it didn't work, or it did work, but wherever
I'm
it
just
sent us, we don't wanna be.
testing, making sure we're not
Scream
just
if
sending
it's
multiple
dangerous on the
people
other
to
side.
death.
All right, here we go.
So you
Tell
So
Teleportation circle,
scream,
go.
nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
So you cast the teleportation circle. Our doll being the first, unless someone is opposed.
We're all ready to go through. We're like just waiting for that first word.
Okay.
I'll be the last one.
Our doll, upon going through, steps on it and just. Well, there is a circle here. It's very dark, though.
Well, we're gonna go through.
Where are you?
That's the cue. It only lasts for 5 seconds, so we gotta go.
Okay, I actually need a marching order on
last,
who.
so-
I would
on,
like to go in first.
Okay, so second to our doll.
Or what if
actually
he hijacked our teleportation circle?
was,
and
like,
we're
carrying a
teleporting
bunch
into
of
Adara's
crystals.
room?
God dang it. Shit.
Okay, so we got our doll,
Find out. That's the whole point here.
our doll, then Clay Beekman.
Can I? So I can go in third, but my problem is I have dark vision and I can see in magical darkness.
That's not a problem.
That's fine.
I just
So I'm
Just-
saying,
literally instantaneous.
yeah,
All
but
of
I'm
us
saying
go
you
through.
could
All of
walk
us are
through
gonna
it.
be
I'm saying this
through.
is a 5 second. I could look in, be like, oh shit, and then go back.
No,
This
we-
is
No.
That's not how it works.
Also, teleportation circles are one way. They don't. they're
Oh,
not
it's
two-way.
it's not like a portal you can go
No,
in.
no,
not
no.
the
It's
gate.
one way.
Okay, I'll go through.
It's one
Okay,
way.
third.
No, we all go through. Okay, so like I'm
Fourth?
last, and then the people come in with me because it follows.
And I understand this is all like at a moment. I'm
Yeah.
playing this as like as you go and people go through it. I just need
Can
the order.
Tiku
I look
use
at-
her
I
wings
look
to
at
get
Zephyr
to, like,
before I
hold
go
more
through.
crystals?
I don't want to freak anybody out. But I don't know how your experience with this has been. But last time I went through this scenario, I died like 100 times.
I'm guessing this conversation is happening during the casting.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like kind of
Tiku will
subtly,
go next. Sure.
not to freak everybody else out.
Assign this randomly. You guys don't have a preference.
At that
I've
point, you can probably
experienced
just
the
I
same
assign
would
it.
go through as last as possible.
You died 100 times too?
Okay, so then Clay, then
At least.
then
And
Kane,
Sneevu
then
is also there, by the way.
Zephyr.
Also,
Plays
Tiku's
second.
technically
Oh, wait, yeah,
also
Clay-
experienced this.
I kind of went through it a little bit. We're good.
She's already experienced
Who's
this.
carrying
You guys can
Razu?
finish.
'Cause
You guys can
remember-
finish that because I'd say it happened during the casting.
Isn't Razu still
I'll
with
say
our
this
This
doll?
follows behind me.
I'll say this too. You did actually go into the cube as well. It's actually not just the two of us; it's the three of us because she died in Rudar's room multiple
You're right.
times.
You explored it. The
Also-
infinite deaths of Tiku.
Also, pretty
Because you
sure
died
Razu's
you
been
died a
there
bunch
3
of times to
times.
Rudar's
Razu's
room.
not conscious.
Yours-
No,
I know,
everybody's
I-
on the disc.
I know,
You
I
made a
was just-
disc. They're on the
No,
disc.
he's talking about Razu went into the cube.
I'm gonna say
I was just saying Razu's been in the
Trinity's
cube 3
doing
times.
this now because the other scenario takes a lot longer. So I'm just doing the teleport now just to get out of the way.
To see if it's even a
Okay.
viable option.
Our doll teleports through, and again, he says, it's dark, and there's definitely a circle here. And then Clay Beekman's like, all right, guess I'm next. You walk through Clay Beekman, and it's not dark at all. In fact, the room's bright. You see a bookshelf on the right. You see a table in front of you.
Do you see our
see-
doll?
Scatter portal. It's a scatter portal.
I already
Sorry.
told
You
you that was
see
gonna happen.
Yeah, but nobody knows
you
that.
see a human that to you would be entirely unfamiliar.
Finger
he
death.
has longer, almost gray silver hair. It's gray near his scalp and seems to almost be silvered down near his shoulders as it comes down to his shoulders. He's wearing what appears to be just a fairly nice, refined tunic that has the colors on it almost seem bled, almost like a bleach or have been washed with too many colors, and it was like a white tunic that has been slowly bled different colors. He's wearing what appears to be like fairly fluffed up black pantaloons, holding a book in one hand, and in the other he has a doll with a string that seems to be coming off of it. As he looks to the book, he looks over towards you. A guest? I haven't seen a guest in here in some time.
Clay Beekman.
And 5 seconds are up. Next.
Next, Caillou is you're the next one who walks through. You walk through Caillou. Apologies. Chill with the name correction.
To see dark.
I'm sorry.
Caillou is you go through. Actually, sorry, I actually need to roll. I don't know where you went. Funnily enough, you walk through. And our doll looks to you to the right. You can see a lot further. You're in a larger open cavern. Maybe about 50 feet in each direction before you hit the wall. It has a Y in front of you, and then it has 3 pathways behind you. As you look to the pathway behind you, you look and you see the stone maybe about 40 paces back from you. The stone almost seems to be locked in on you. When I say locked in on you, I mean quite literally there seems to be a larger yellow reptilian eye. And you hear well, I can't say I expected that.
Was that our doll? Saying that?
No, that was the dragon.
I would immediately say to our doll, I just point and just be like, yo.
Shush. Tigu, as you go through this, you appear in what appears to be a large stone room.
More rocks.
There's no exits. There's
Is there
brown
any rocks?
stone everywhere you look. You are in a closed-off cube, maybe about 10 feet in width. So a 10 by 10 cube room.
This is kind of a small room.
You are very, very much so enclosed. There is 6 chests lining each of these walls that are roughly about a foot wide, smaller chests.
Packer, how are you? Where are you? Tinker says.
As Tiku calls out,
Wait, could she use the Packers thing on a chest door?
Just hops
Could
in.
she like open it, mark the chest, open it, and then jump in?
she's never tried.
Kane, does that
you
count?
you appear next to Razu and Ardal as
Razu, by the way.
Sorry, it's bad. I apologize. You appear.
I'm gonna
next-
assume the disc with all the people go with him.
I am making them.
Can I at least say to our doll and him?
Oh, you noticed the eye as well. So
I would
this
just
is
be like,
instant enough
"It's
that you
a
would have also
dragon."
heard that.
Or does we get random bodies?
And
He just
then-
rolls from the bodies. Like
I do have dark vision for
And then Zephyr.
Magical.
I assume
does.
I would go in right before he does. Actually.
Funnily enough, you appear in a familiar room. Like gray and brown cobblestone. You look, you see what is a person you've only encountered once. As you see the clerk to Zinderhold, as you have landed in the teleportation circle at your destination.
It worked.
Upon your disc, you have Razu and
Ubi.
Ubi, yes.
Oh no, where's Nevu go?
Where did
If you
you
want, I can't stop directing you.
It's fine. But
On your disc?
there's only
his
2 of
floating
them.
disc? Only 2 of his
At least
discs.
he didn't teleport next to a
That's the unconscious people.
out of
He
four.
has
We're on his
he
disc.
cast a floating disc that's following, and you've been keeping the unconscious people on it. Only 2 of them are on it, and no, none of the other 2 did not land with any of you. And Sneenu is gone.
I assume before he went in, I probably
where did he
went
go?
in first.
Yeah, where did Gurgle
I
go?
probably went in
Technically,
first.
Gurgle
But
had
before you
my
tell me
roll.
where I go, tell me where I go, I look at Zephyr and I give him a wide eye. As I walk in.
I mean,
Wide eye, like Gurgle's eye just gets wider. Like it just opens.
The
more.
odds of this are so freaking low. You're also next to Kyle and Kane and our
mean-
doll.
also, by the time, I would assume Zephyr went through his portal, would be about the time I turned around and saw the dragon. I would just say in the telepathy,
I pulled out
"Great,
as soon as
a
as soon-
dragon.
as soon as
I
we get in."
love teleportation circles."
As soon as we get in,
That in your...
No, in the telepathy, you would hear, "It's a dragon. I love teleportation circles. This was a great idea."
as soon as we get in, since Gurgle doesn't have dark vision, the only way he can do it with his goggles, I get in there and then I'm like,
Okay, so now we're gonna go
Okay.
back through this in order. So Clay Beekman.
Oh yeah,
Ben?
yeah. Sorry, I just because mine's not really gonna have anything else after this. So Zephyr's gonna be like, okay, well that didn't work out, but good news. Hey, tell me everything you learn about the dragon.
Well, I can tell you, we're gonna die.
Clay Beekman, you first, as you are now encountered with this silver-haired, what appears to be
He's giving me a play by
He'd be about middle-aged, medieval, so in his 30s, very much so seems human. He does have he has like almost like wrinkles or almost like that blackness under his eyes, leading you to believe there's a little bit of lack of sleep. He's holding the doll and the book in the other hand. He shuts the book and sets it on the table. And he says, "Well, you're
Clay Beekman. Entrepreneur, adventurer.
what time do you come from?"
What time?
What?
In that-
Wait,
in
that
that-
is a weird question.
In that moment, the body of Zastaria would drop next to you, who is unconscious. He looks down, and his eyes almost go a little bit wide. And he goes, "What time indeed?"
Okay, well, I was, we were subterranean for a little while, so I actually don't know what time of day it was. But, it was only moments ago, so, I don't know, 10?
He walks from around his table. He walks up to Zastaria, unconscious on the ground. And he
I
seems quite
stop him from trying to touch her.
as you hold her hand. He's, "I mean no harm."
Well, who are you, friend?
What does he look like?
He stands up a little bit straighter. Again, he's got gray hair on the top, almost silver towards the base.
Oh, he's not in the dragon room. He's in the. Oh yeah. Sorry, my brain. I was like, this dragon.
He stands up. "It gladdens me to know she has individuals like you who will take care of her. I'm known by many names. However, here I'd be most known as the Black Wizard."
Would I know the Black Wizard?
Would Clay Beekman know the Black Wizard?
We
Make
literally
a-
talked about him.
Yes, but that would just mean he recognizes the name. Whether or not he actually knows the Black Wizard. Go ahead and make a
history.
history check.
No.
They said the name Black Wizard.
I've heard of you.
Heard of you. I heard the name.
Heard of you.
Usually, heard of you means like I know your
Trying to
reputation.
sell to the guy.
But anyways, she's fine. She'll be fine. But more importantly, what I need, or what you need, is some wine.
Wait. It says the year of the wine on the bottle. What's the year the wine was made? How long ago was it?
How
This
old is the wine?
5 years ago.
He looks towards it. It has been quite some time.
It's been, well, I mean, you gotta age the wine.
That's not what I meant. Please. And he gestures over to the table, and as he does, you watch as one of the book. So there's a bookcase on one side, and there's almost like a similar to the cases we have the minis in. There's glass cabinets. The cabinet opens up, and two glasses come over and land on the table. Please join me for a drink.
All right.
He takes a drink and smells it. He tastes
Conscious
it.
body just.
She'll be fine.
As he tastes it, he does look past you towards the star on the ground, and he says, "I know her. Well,
Yeah, she has a very sordid past.
I don't know her yet, though."
You speak in riddles. And I'm no good at riddles.
I thought
The
Clay Beekman.
wrong place, my friend. At this point, we're going to transition over
More
to the three of you.
I thought Clay Beekman was good at everything.
The three of you, as you look and you see that eye, after you hear its words, the eye seems to close. You're now just in a room with many different paths going out. Our dolls. Well, I don't know if that was a dragon, but it was a fairly large eye.
Kyle would actually turn around, take a knee. Okay. He's gonna try to talk to it.
I have brought you these sacrifices.
I come in,
All three of you.
I come in, and I come in like right after he says that first part, and then also I hear that I hate dragons in my head. And I like walk in, I put my eyes down, I see everyone. I was like, oh, you guys are here. Where's everybody else? Didn't you say something about a dragon?
Am I
Looking around.
be able to make like a perception check or anything of the like to see if it actually was a dragon and where it went?
You can make a perception check to see if you can see it again or find it.
I mean,
Or hear it.
I would also be just taking an E and just.
Can you see in darkness?
My name is Kaio. I work with the Thornscale Merchants. Who do we have the pleasure of speaking with?
I know you. The dragon's voice, man.
Yes.
I told you this would happen.
Oh, indeed.
Santa, apparently.
Should I tell? No! So hear it almost an interrupt. They know not.
As soon as I start hearing the
what
voices,
they could know.
I immediately cloak.
As you, with your perception check, start to look around the room, you
Flatten
see
to
the
the
eye
floor.
close, and it's almost as if you're looking into a mirror. And you can see that eye was the face of what appeared to be a larger reptilian. As it closes its eye, you're like, okay, where is it? And you look, you see it again. The same reptilian face on another one, but the eye isn't yellow; it's red with a green slit. Kind of confused a little bit. Its eye closes. Wait, its eye closes, and you're just like, okay, where is it now? You look over, you see another slit. This eye being a light blue. This time the slit being black, and you with the perception that you just made, you notice the voices, the different ones that you're hearing, are coming from these different refractions of this dragon, or this large reptilian head that you assume to be a dragon that you can see in this gemstone wall.
So I know
In the wall?
in last campaign we fought ran into a dragon that had the ability to basically meld into the stone and do something similar to this. Would I be familiar with this kind of dragon?
Make a history check.
Is it even a dragon?
Would I have any kind of plus because my history's shit?
Nope.
16.
You know enough about dragons to know that there's no way to know every type of dragon. Anytime anyone thinks that they know any type or all the different types of dragons, a dragon with some kind of new feature would appear. It's not uncommon at all, to the point that it doesn't sound that out of whack. Dragons being able to travel within clouds or become water, become elements, doesn't sound all uncommon. Would not be far-fetched for you to think that a dragon could travel through stone.
Okay.
How tall is the ceiling?
In this room, good 30 feet.
Is the gravity still low?
Very,
Can I
very. To the
even
point
worse?
that as you like get ready to move and you like take a step and you almost like there's no gravity pulling you down.
Then I cast invisible mage hand, and then I stealth, and then I jump up onto the roof.
Okay. For the sake of this, you are in a zero gravity environment. So anytime you
I'll
are,
just stick to the roof then.
you almost
Well,
don't
mage
even
hand.
have to.
You almost need mage hand to like put you where you want to be.
I'd bounce. I feel
It's
like
where
if
the
I
friction
didn't-
Yeah,
like
he
you
has
can climb
to
around.
True.
stick.
It is
so
true because you
it's
also
like
would
suction
bounce because
to
the
it.
force would send you
Yeah,
back
yeah,
down.
so I
So as you
jump up
hit
and-
and you kind of jump almost like a little bit too much force because you expect to actually have to be able to resist
Yeah, yeah,
gravity,
yeah.
and you just with your perception you hear almost like a as he almost thuds against the roof.
And then he looks up, and I rolled a 32 on my stealth. So
I would say you look up and
I'm
you see him like hit, and it's almost as if he like into the stone,
It's
just
jumping
gone.
over
You
the
have no idea what happened.
Oh, no, the roof ate him.
Firstly, just
the walls
say
are
my curiosity,
alive
is this
It's legit.
the same environment that Razu saw? Because you also said he saw colors of eyes.
You're not
hold
Razu.
multiple-
I was going to say, you'd have no idea.
No, I'm saying like this isn't Kaio. Just own curiosities.
Get back to Razu and I'll tell you.
All right. Anyway, sorry, we didn't mean to intrude. Do some miscalculations and magic, we ended up intruding on your domain.
Miscalculations.
There is no point in apologizing for a slight error. I am Cain of the Golden Scales. May I be so proud as to request yours.
Name? No. Maybe.
I assume the red one is the one that keeps.
I've read about this
saying
character.
no.
The red eye is the one that seems more so almost hostile.
If they ever get within 30 feet of us, I make my mage hand poke them in the eye.
Cairo would then, if there's anything on the outside, if you let us leave, potentially we could do a favor for you that you wouldn't want to lower yourself for.
Why need go outside? The precious has made its way inside, never to leave, lost forever, intemporal.
I feel like I should write that down. Hold on.
Make a wisdom? Sorry, this is a constitution saving throw. DC 26.
Can't pass.
I still actually need you to roll, because depending on how bad you fail, it alters the effect.
Did you say
5.
Temporal.
Temporal.
Oh, temporal.
5?
Man goes catatonic bin. Just starts barfing all over the floor.
Is it the charmed condition?
It's a constitution saving throw. It's probably some kind of like...
I can dream, Gerald.
It's probably some kind of physical effect of its constitution. Like a poison or something.
Okay, so I assume 279 is well above your current HP.
Is it necrotic damage?
Is the number above your HP?
Timeless or eternal?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it necrotic?
As you ask for the name and Kaio almost seems to question, you watch, and you would see this as well, Gurgle, with the perception that you have in the goggles. You watch as the floor beneath Razu almost seems to open, and for a moment
Razu
it's almost
Kaio,
sorry. As the floor beneath him opens, it almost looks like a maw has opened up. But you standing right next to him, the stone doesn't move. It's almost more of like an image beneath the stone.
Check to avoid,
as it,
please.
and as soon as it does, you watch as Kaio kind of like looks, and then he just dust almost seems to disappear into the floor. Quickly for you, Kaio.
The floor's also eating people.
In that moment,
The floor.
you almost feel odd. Your body seems to ache, almost feeling like you're old. Your bones start to creak. Your joints start to freeze up. And then you blink. Your skin is wrinkled. You feel as if you've been here forever. You have memories of decades of standing here locked in this cavern. You look about. You see the bones of Gurgle and Kaio. Or sorry, you see the bones of Gurgle and Kane just currently almost piled neatly off to the side of one room. You know that each tunnel that you go down is in almost an endless abyss of different traps and hallways, ever-changing creatures that now haunt your entire mental, have driven you to an unbearable psychoticness as you are lost in the madness of time. What do you two do in response to that?
I assume that was too fast to react to.
We still have the mental communications, don't we? Oh, this is really bad, guys.
You would also, per the nature of the spell, I believe you know that Kaio's connection gone.
I would immediately cast Wall of Fire.
Mental image. I'm
around
like,
myself.
oh, Kyle's dead.
And also, I did mention people are supposed to give me like a play-by-play,
I
like
would.
what's going on.
I would
right?
kind of
Okay.
assume that.
I'm just making sure that's actually happening.
Our doll just sitting there is
because I'll be
relaying
the
it to
silent
you.
one. And then you just hear this like really deadpan like, I think Kyle just turned into dust. I think he's dead.
Sounds like you need to try to get out of that.
I don't know how to get out of here.
Almost in response to that, you don't hear this, but you audibly hear, Yes, yes. Get out. Run. But which way? Which tunnel? Which path? The temporal. What do you do with your wall of fire?
Basically just having it surround me, blocking off all line of sight.
Okay. You hear magic. This
And I would
is
also-
what we waited for. As for magic, you would need to make an intelligence saving throw.
Transforming
But it didn't
into...
count
Who's making us
against my
fight
cantrip?
fucking Tiamat?
Didn't count against my cantrip.
Didn't seem to.
Right. What do we got?
21, and I assume DC is still 26.
DC is still 26, but 21 is much better.
At least you don't take 240. Was it necrotic damage?
But he's only got 50 HP.
You didn't
left.
take damage.
Yeah, you just took 100 years off your lifespan.
So you said 21.
Damn.
I think it just permanently reduced your HP by that amount, and you just happen to not have that much HP, which means you just instantly died.
I don't know.
That's my guess.
76? Current HP.
Current HP, does that include temporary?
Yeah, just current HP.
No. I am much above 76.
Okay. 76. What's your total HP right now? Current.
211.
Okay.
Are you saying max HP or current?
He is
Because we didn't
asking
get a
for
rest.
current.
Okay, so for you, Gurgle, you would watch as he casts Wall of Fire. The fire seems to envelop him, blocking line of sight where you can no longer see him. And then
Technically, he's above me, but
he would be above you, but for the sake of this, to explain it, what this would look like to you is he casts Wall of Fire. It like blocks vision for a moment. You look as the spell seems to almost fades as soon as it rises. And almost like a veil or a curtain going by, Kane is gone. That said, for you, Kane, as you cast the spell seems to work. You're standing in a wall of fire. You look up, Gurgle is still gone, as you still can't see him. But it seems to have worked. The stone has not opened up beneath you.
what is the reason for the hostile actions you've taken?
I assume I also can't hear him, and nobody else.
Oh,
can?
no, you heard him.
No, him.
I know. You heard him. You've been wandering these caves for weeks now, looking for a way out. Kane has almost been... He's been non-responsive. He's been held up in that wall of fire for... It would be 9 days.
Very impressive. by
That
the
he
way.
would be holed up in that. Why the magic still worked and why he was unresponsive, you don't know. The dragon seemed to have left you alone entirely. You've not found a way out, although you, with the stealth that you have successfully explored, for the sake of this, I would say one of the tunnels.
What about
You've
Ardal?
ran into some additional creatures. Ardal would actually be accompanying you. As Ardal, responding to that, would be like, he lives. See, Durgal, I told you he wasn't dead, just lost for some reason. In his own head.
What? No. Dragon, answer me.
Lost. With that, we go back to you, Gurgle.
So now we're real me.
Yes, now we're back. That would be
Okay.
that would be
That'd be future.
I
would
was
be
suspecting that was probably what that was, but I just,
Future you.
I was just like, wait a second.
that was
He
Gurgle.
somehow affected me too.
No, that was 10 days into the future, Gurgle. Now, current Gurgle, the wall of fire has just gone up.
This is gonna be crazy. What responses I get here?
Well, it's gonna be so random. Like,
So you can hear my thoughts, and I'm projecting this to them, but also just seeing
Anyone who
if
could
this
pick it up?
dragon responds verbally.
Hear them, see them, heed them. And as you send out that thought, and Zephyr, as you have that thought that comes to Gurgle, like you can hear my thoughts. You hear almost a you almost feel a pull in your brain. It quite literally almost feels like someone has grabbed the back of your head, like your hair is pulled back slightly. You need to make an intelligence saving throw. Actually, for this, everyone except Gurgle would need to make one.
So he's
I'm
eating
in the future.
He's eating this.
Yes, the two of you would not need to.
I'm
This
dead.
smell? Is that what it? Is that what he's realizing?
About
I
to see.
died 1,000 years in the future.
This is an
Intelligence
intelligence saving throw.
Hold up, Harm.
Wait.
Those are my least favorite.
I'm an elf. I have a really long lifespan.
Dirty 20.
Fuck you.
I didn't say you were dead.
It's your life.
So I'm
said
just
that we were dead.
So I'm just 180 years in the future, sitting by bones.
No, actually, you're 2,784 years into the future.
Wonderful.
Okay, intelligence saving throw. DC is again 26.
Oh, nope. Dirty 20. I failed.
I couldn't make that if I wanted to, but that's a
The DC
17.
is 26. You
Yes.
said. Does it Tiku feel? How does Tiku feel about this?
You already used that, didn't you?
No, she
No.
purposely
Oh, no, you didn't. Yeah, you could just succeed.
There's really bad.
The connection, the temporal link, seems to have almost like a strain that's coming with it, almost like it gives you a headache. Again, it's almost like someone's taking the hair near the base of your head and pulling it, not to the point of extreme pain, but just enough that given an hour or two, and you'd have like a really bad tension headache.
Not that bad.
Hold on just a second, though.
Does it feel like if I don't resist it or like I let it go, it would go away?
It doesn't seem pleasant. Gives you the idea of a headache. Headaches usually stick around for a while.
So it wouldn't, like, if I can't release it, though. I can't choose to release it myself.
That's correct.
I would use guarded mind then.
Okay, and then you said 1 second. Clay? What were we 1
He's
second?
checking.
That's true.
For the sake of this, you would experience this depending on what you find, but I can do at least for Zephyr, what you would have. As he says that, and you're almost getting this play-by-play of the dragon, as people seem to be almost dipping off, as now Kane and Kaio have vanished from your from the connection. As soon as he says that, and you don't hear the first part, but you hear that final part of eat them, and then for a moment, you're just kind of confused again. It's almost like you have a light headache. And then you alone would hear, "Oh, I don't think you're supposed to be here." And you're, "Oh, not alone. More feasts. Yes. Well, guess that's it." And then you almost get feel something snap. Mentally. That connection that you seem to have sensed with Golroj is gone.
That's what I was wondering.
But there's a new connection now. Cramped in here. Don't like. Must leave soon. Yes.
I gotta just hold on to the spell though.
Okay.
I'm gonna bear it for an hour.
Did you? No. Okay. So you would have had a similar experience to where, instead of effectively losing the connection to Golroj, the temporal link breaks, and this is like as you're having the drink, with the Black Wizard, that temporal link breaks, and then you hear in your head, "Why'd I get the classless one? Must return. Re-establish links."
Links. That's what we could use as some sausage.
As the Black Wizard is saying this, "I can't say that I have a sausage, but I do have." As he goes over to one of the chests and he opens it up and he pulls out what appears to be dried jerky. The jerky looks a little bit different, though. It's definitely not deer meat. Not a meat that you would be overly familiar with. It's like long, lengthy. It almost has a bunch of like tears and holes in it. It looks almost too long dried, to where it's like almost started to fall apart. As he brings it over and hands you over a piece. And says,
How aged is this jerky?
"Hard to say. anywhere from a week to maybe 7 years.
7 years. Whoa. What type of jerky is it?
I believe this one was monkey? Baboon, if I'm not mistaken.
Baboon. How exotic. Never heard of it before.
It tastes extremely old.
Yep.
As you're eating it, he says, "You wouldn't believe it, but I only got that maybe 8 days ago."
8 days ago. So you purchased aged jerky 8 days ago?
I didn't purchase it. I killed the beast. It interrupted my studies. He gestures behind you, and you kind of turn around for the first time, looking at. You're in a. Despite the bookcases and everything that have been built here, you are still in a similar cave to where you guys had holed up when you guys went through the teleportation circle. But he has a door at the front. The door is slightly broken. The top hinge is broke.
Are we still
snapped.
in the Crystal Eye?
Of course.
The caves? Oh, that teleportation spell didn't work. Wait, where's everybody else?
With that, back to Gurgle. The temporal link that you have with everyone seems to break. Then you hear a, "Now we are alone."
I'm still in my
Sad,
thoughts,
sad, sad.
thinking it in my head.
Maybe. Should we try?
I'm pretty sure he's her dad.
I'm gonna project my voice throughout the cavern so that it doesn't come from any specific spot. It's a pretty large cavern, right? It would echo pretty well. All right, we're gonna performance this.
Is the black for
Ventriloquism this shiz
While
so that
you're
I can
doing
talk
that?
out loud.
when you're doing that? For people that weren't here.
Was it the Black Wizard?
Was the Black Wizard
Mage.
Mage
There we go.
Black
was Saval?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure
that's
was.
what I was remembering you guys telling me, but I wasn't here, so I wasn't sure.
20 on the ventriloquism. I'm gonna say, well, since you can hear my thoughts, I guess I can just talk out loud, right?
Smart.
So did you eat my friend down there? The one that turned to dust?
Temporarily.
And this place temporarily seems a lot more permanent.
Not always. I'll show you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Your bones just
If
reassemble.
it matters, I am planning on doing something, but I assume 10 days is 10 days.
Honestly, at this point, Kyle's probably made a chessboard out of y'all's
He
bones.
didn't say temporary. He said temporarily.
I think I actually did.
Yeah, no.
Just making sure. I was like, I was intentional.
Bro's tried to make games out of y'all's bones.
10.
10?
Gurgle, get his name.
Their name?
The temporal
107 as opposed to your
What?
current HP.
That hasn't.
On Gurgle, he literally sent it.
Oh, did he? Oh.
He's no longer connected.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay.
Apparently I'm at 50 HP. I don't know how that happened, but
Killed it.
Um,
I thought you just said
Because
that.
we healed you from like 2.
Yeah, you were very low upon the exit. The only reason, random thing for you, the only reason you didn't die is because the curse that you got. You don't know the nature of the curse. You got cursed, and that's why you didn't die. But it got cured before you guys actually figured out the full details of it. With that being the case, as he says, "I'll show you." I mean, technically, Adaro would still be there, but his temporal link is gone. So actually, no. For you, all this would look like is you're sitting there. It's almost as if you blink. You have that seems like slight tension headache, and then you're alone in the room, and then you see 3 people appear in the middle of it. Adaro Ardal first, then Kane, then you see yourself. You're currently hidden on the roof, and you start to see the events play out, and you hear, "See? It works in different ways, including the one before you. As in that moment, it seems to stop again, almost like it purposely had shown you a spot. And you watch as your hands start to shrink. Functionality in your body starts to give way as you rapidly de-age down to an infant, down to a point of not being able to
How
care for
quickly?
yourself
Like within 6 seconds?
within an instant. It is 6 seconds that seems to stretch out, but it is almost as if you feel it's the same as when you went through your life, the time that you had spent through it, but somehow you experienced that in an instant, or in an action, you could say. As you revert to a child, an infant, then to an embryo, and then to non-existence. As that is how you would end. Tiku! You're in a room full of chess. What do you do?
She's in the treasure room. Let's go.
6 chests against each wall, total of 24.
They're all mimics.
Hi, Packer. I found
13
another one of
chests.
your storage rooms.
Packer. I could be a packer.
Oh, some of your souls got free.
She goes in. She looks around. Does she see any souls?
Tiku, what do you see?
Any souls. The temporal link would still be active at this point. Technically with
I'm
everyone.
in the room. There's lots of chests. It's a very small room.
What's in the chests?
Dude, this is a dungeon. You never open all the chests. Unless you have a gurgle around. He opens the chest.
At this point, you would see one chest on each wall back into the wall.
Oh, they're going in the walls.
There's now 20 chests left.
20 chests left.
Pick number 3, my lord.
Tiku doesn't know
You
20.
only have one. So, we had to make it more fair. One chest each wall will show you a true path. One will give you the exit.
Ah, shit, it's a riddle.
Tiku says.
Who are you talking to?
He said, one chest each wall, show me the path, one is the exit.
But who is it?
Some voices, who knows?
Ask them their name.
Do you have a name?
Names.
What does Tiku call you? What do you look like?
And the stone on one of the walls has 2 eyes that seem to appear.
What colors?
Red and green. 2 eyes on the left wall. A white and blue eye. And you now have 4 eyes looking into the room. About 8 feet apart from each other. And as each of them look in, we have many names. Many known, many forgotten. And at this point, you can sense, especially because you were looking out for it, and this is something that Tiku has started to grow a little bit of an affinity for, you sense the presence of thousands of souls within each of those eyes. Hard to know if they're trapped, if they're in unison. It is almost as if it's a single entity made up of thousands of people. Think like Legion in the demonic sense. Would give a
Red.
similar vibe as well.
Green, blue, and white.
Yes.
Did someone make you?
Many made us, and none.
So many lost souls.
Not lost, found,
Trapped.
collected, protected.
Trapped.
Never, always.
So is that for your smart, right? What does Tiku do?
Pick a box.
Oh shit, I was hoping you would think about it for a while and I could start cooking.
Check in a box.
Shoot it. Can I eat these rocks? Do you know how to eat rocks?
Yes. Dangerous. Fun. Eventful.
What did the rocks do? I have. Look how many I got.
Tinko starts laying out the rocks. Gone.
You lay out the rocks. The first response you get is many different things depending on what you distracted. You almost get like a sad sign. It says, choose which crate.
If I choose a crate, will you tell me about which one of the rocks?
Yes.
Ooh. How about 2 rocks per crate?
Very well.
Very well. Okay.
Gathers up the rocks again.
You gather up the rocks. You start to walk over to whichever crate you're going to choose.
There's no difference to any of the crates or anything, right?
No, they all look the same.
Do they smell different?
And you walk up to one of them to smell it. You hear, he lies. Danger. 4th. 1st. Silence.
Danger 4th first. There's 5 per wall, right?
Yes.
No, it got down to 4 because 4
There
disappeared.
were 6
There
starting.
were 6.
You right.
Which chest do you choose?
Big number 3, my lord.
Which one are you going to smell? Because you're not currently opening one. You just
3.
going to smell. Okay. It doesn't seem to have a smell. It smells as if it is made out of the same material that the cavern is out of. Although it very clearly looks different. At this point, this is where the temporal link would snap.
Sorry, Zephyr. Sorry, Tiku. Wait a minute. Ah, shit. I smell number 1.
Or no, 2. Actually, I want to smell 4.
They don't seem to have a smell that alters. As I'm going to say, Tika just went through and smelled each of those that you just said.
That quickly, too.
Nope.
Do any of the ones on the other walls have any, like, smells or defining features or anything?
As you go over to another wall, this does not seem to have any.
You said this is a 10 by 10 cube, right?
Very small.
Did all the eyes appear on a different wall?
No, 2 on each wall.
If 1 and 4 are
Wait,
dangerous.
there's 4 walls. Mm-hmm. So there was
2 on one
8
wall
walls.
each.
But you said they were 8 feet apart. Mm-hmm. So it's like both in a corner of the room, then both in the other corner?
It's more of like, as she looked at the room, and it was... As she was in the room, it seemed much smaller. And as she looked at the walls and how they separated, it is almost as if the walls seemed larger. The answer is it's not consistent.
Damn it. I was trying to see if... Okay.
You tell Tiku if she picks a chest. Then you tell her about crystals. But then the other head says you will lie.
Which head said what? Can I determine, like, which head has which
Make
voice?
a perception check.
The
Like-
red one's the angry one. That's what I know.
Oh no.
That's using our encounter, assuming this is the same creature.
They sound the same. Same voice. Also, I'm pretty sure they connected to her via the telepathic link. Which is terrifying, but...
8.
Impossible to tell. Too many voices, too confusing for Tiku.
Now I want to play out crazed Kaio.
Any more
Too late.
advice or hints?
He's still around.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm terrible at all of this. Oh, that's a natural 20.
For a 19!
4A, probably. Persuasion? Yes, 19.
You hear a new voice goes, wow. I suppose slight more help. And the 5th chest on each wall, leaving you with 4.
Danger 1 and 2. But I
1
don't
and
know.
4.
Or 1 and 4. I don't know what the difference between 2 and 3 are, though. There's no difference.
Telling you, pick number 3. 3 is the one. That's all I have to say.
What do you want to do?
Unless he was saying danger, period. Choose 1 or 4.
Or
Not
he's
what it
lying to you.
sounded like.
Maybe liar.
Pretending to be nice.
Is there a color theory?
Tiku walks over to the second one. You open it up. And it's a scene inside. Not too unlike when you looked at the side of the Cube of the Infinite. But the scene that is inside is Tiku sleeping in a camp. Suddenly ambushed. You would actually see Razu killing and eliminating a huge number or a huge score of your clan.
She bought this. She wasn't supposed to know this.
As Tiku now wakes up, you, while looking through the chest, are now back at the peak. You can hear the silent cries or the silent, almost gasps of air as the different friends are killed. You would actually see Razu, as Tiku had not seen this before. As Razu would come up to you, and Tiku has now gained consciousness, but you can't move. It's almost as if you're stuck in this vision, this nightmare. As Razu comes up to you and where almost expecting him to pick you up and feeling confused and angry at him, Razu comes up to you and you hear again, wrong choice. As Razu slits your throat. That is where Tiku would end.
Damn it, Hiram, she wasn't supposed to know that. I had a whole plan of how I was going to reveal.
Hey, she still doesn't. What are you talking about?
I had a whole plan.
Clay Beekman, you finish your drink? And he goes, so, tell me, you said that teleportation did not work.
Yeah, apparently not. We were supposed to get out of here, but still here.
By the way, who are you talking to?
Zephyr? Zephyr, your spell failed.
Zephyr?
I get that.
I know him too, but not yet.
Okay, you keep saying that, not yet. What time or what year do you think it is?
Hmm. 644? Post Bane?
Tempora.
644.
Did you just say... What year is it?
Bane. Like, yeah,
How far are back in the future is that?
Did anyone actually write down what year I said it was?
I did.
That's thousands of years, no?
No. Do you want me to tell?
He would know. I was just curious.
It
what
is
he wrote down.
currently 712 Tempora Bane.
700.
On Tempora Bane, if you want to.
And you said it was what?
644.
It would be post Bane, right? Post Bane.
Yeah,
Tempora
Tempora
Bane would be the same
70
thing.
years ago?
Tempora Bane
the era
is.
of.
Wait.
What?
Okay,
So he's been around
Zephyr,
for
how
70
are we
years.
talking? Where are you?
At that point, that would be when that almost slight headache happens. You can still answer, but it's like almost a little bit strained because that's what happens.
So 70 years ago, Servault was still
link
old?
I made, that spell I cast on everyone. I think it's... And, like...
This is 644?
That would be where the connection breaks.
What year?
All right,
712.
Mr. Wizard, or do you prefer Black?
You can call me Serval.
Okay, Serval. Oh, hey, I know that name. I think. Anyways,
Too bad all of this is pointless.
He's got gray hair, which means he's old.
what brings you here to this crystal eye? Are you able to successfully cast spells down here, or are you just experimenting and having the time of your life?
I can cast spells. However, they are inconsistent. As he casts prestidigitation on the cabinet, and you watch as the glass almost starts to gleam like it's being cleaned and then shatters.
Yeah, that still happens in the future. But how do we get out of here? By we, I do mean me and my unconscious companion friend.
It's difficult. Currently, I'm looking for the blessing of the Guardian, but he is too playful. He doesn't get enough company.
Yeah, nope, they do that. Champions are kind of fickle.
I have found something, though.
Shit, why didn't take a
What
cook
did you
for you?
find?
This area is connected. It is... Funnily enough,
Zephyr.
one might call
Damn
it
Zephyr. Give me the necklace.
a space in between, or a land in between.
The space between spaces.
This connects each part of... Well, let me show you. He gets up and he says, fair warning, this will be quite dangerous.
Okay, hold on. I grab Zastaria. Dragging her.
As you pick her up.
Oh, no, I can't pick her up. I'm dragging her.
If you go to drag her, he would cast the same floating disc spell that Zephyr had cast. He says,
Oh, hey, okay.
I don't know her yet, but I feel as if I'll come to love her. So please, treat her with care.
I'm afraid she's already spoken for.
That is fine.
I mean, I wouldn't tango with her boyfriend.
At this point, he opens the door and he says, shall we?
Just for you, Jasmine.
Let's go.
As he now escorts you down what is effectively multiple different hallways in what very much so is almost like a labyrinth style of distance traveled. And after he takes you down a good dozen separate pathways, he takes you to one where you're on a cliff face. As you stand over the cliff face and you look down, you see what appears to be a almost not dead but dry forest. The leaves almost looking to be on the precipice of winter, where they're almost starting to die and fall, but not quite there. Still attached, but almost browning. There's a large red roofed structure that was almost tiered amidst what is a scatter of a almost haphazardly put together city. This is a familiar sight to you. You have not spent much time around Stilmakar, but there's still enough to recognize it. Although you've never looked at it from the Shadowcrest peaks, but still having enough knowledge of the area, knowing that you would be standing on the edge of the Shadowfell Creeks, or Shadowcrest Peaks, sorry, looking over what appears to be the woods surrounding Stilmakar. It almost looks as if you can go back. This is one of the few I've found.
Go back by what do you mean? Going back to Stilmakar or going back to the future?
To the proper place, whatever it is for you.
Okay, you could have just said yes.
The only issue is, well, at this point you're standing on a cliff face. He just jumps.
He jumps?
Falls
Does he die?
hundreds of feet, plummeting into the forest below.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Left alone on the cliff face? Confused.
I'm looking. Is there like a trail? Maybe a longer way down?
Look for a trail for a moment. About a minute later, if you looking through and you think you find a trail, and then you hear from behind you, this is what happens. As you turn, you look back through that tunnel, and who is it? The individual who's introduced himself as Serval walks up and says, you always end up back where you started.
So you're trapped here.
Oh, you are too.
Clay Beacon's never trapped. Whenever one door closes, a window opens, a window of opportunity.
Well, if you can hold the window open for one, I would love to return to where I belong.
And where do you belong?
In a lab.
In a lab. Good for you. But perhaps we're thinking in the wrong direction. What if we go up?
Looks up. I don't know how we would ascend.
Climb.
By all means. As he kind of starts to look with you for a path to climb the mountain. With some time, you find one. And as you actually climb up the mountain, you find and traverse the pathways. You continue to climb until you get to the point where you can see the peak. You're about to reach it. You climb up over the peak, and as soon as you kind of climb up over it, turn back, help Serval up, and turn, you're back in the study, or in that room that you had first met him in.
Dang it!
How long did that take?
That'd probably take hours.
That would take hours.
I was thinking days, but
To the point where in that moment, you're back in the room, about to cast teleportation.
okay. Hang on. Or something I want you to do on that one playthrough.
Okay?
Okay. So
1 sec.
I still have
Good, then you can go.
still have the new person in my head for a while, right?
Mhm.
It stays okay. Ignoring that as much as I can before it drives me insane. I need to. I'm mixing up names. Not Bane, his champion.
Kogal.
Yeah. Kogal. There we go. Yeah. I need to talk to Kogal about freaking Razu and how to get his shit together.
And Bane, I would assume. So like
I don't know if I
Razu
can
is
talk to Bane.
Well, I know, but about like Razu's power with Bane. and stuff.
Kogal, how does Razu not become baned?
Okay.
Your disciple doesn't know how to get his shit together. Oh, by the way, I'm like holding my head like I have the worst migraine ever.
So a couple things for you that I would say that you experience in this. We'll go through this a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no, that's
just for the sake of this, just to get everyone back together. First thing, Kogal is not immediately at Zinderhold. You do have to look for Kogal.
Whatever I can to.
And it takes a
Make it
while, but you are able to figure out that the reason that Kogal is not at Zinderhold is very much so the different nations that had declared war on you have started to take action. More conflict is starting to arise, and it would take you about 2 weeks to find him. Which, by the way, in that 2 weeks, none of the people that were in the Crystal Eye ever came back.
Yeah.
But in that 2 weeks, kind of holding on to the idea that this isn't a true reality, as like your only saving grace for the fact that your party effectively in your mind would be dead, you're able to find that the reason that nations aren't actually taking movement against you is that Kogal has effectively declared you members of his own. Not of Zinderhold, but of House Bane. And any nation that chooses to hunt you, he is more than happy to fight. And along those lines,
Probably just using that as an excuse.
Kogal has been waging war on this alliance that has been put together.
If I have to find him on the freaking battlefield, I will.
You would find him on the battlefield.
Random thing. Wouldn't Razu wake up after that? In 2 weeks? Isn't he just out cold? Wouldn't he just wake up? Just curious.
Not if Zephyr kept him under.
Which is fair. I'm just saying, wouldn't he just wake up?
Zephyr would probably keep him under.
Yeah, for sure.
For the sake of this, we're going to say yes. He's going to keep him under.
I can pay some.
Two things that Bane would tell you. One is that he's not sure quite how long he can hold everybody off, but he's having a lot of fun. So take all the time you need. Also, that he is very much so on your side, as long as he needs to be, to ensure that he gets the challenge that he wants. As far as Razu goes, his answer would be similarly disappointing to Zephyr, as the only answer is to conquer the hunger. Either the hunger will make you a beast, or by conquering it, what is a better way to say this? The hunger will either turn you into a beast, or it'll give you strength. If you give yourself, yeah, very much, that would be the better way to say it. You can either give yourself to the hunger, or you conquer it, and that is how you could truly obtain the power. And you only can do it through trial. That said, the one thing he would say as well is that Bane is always open to a challenge.
The little ant.
Win the power. Win the power.
The one other thing that you would get during that 2 weeks, and going on to what would be the better part of a month,
I thought it only lasted 3 days.
You would realize whatever this mental connection or this mental thing that has entered in your mind is taking over your mind. And you realize that you're slowly losing yourself over those weeks. To the point that the end of it, the vision for you, would be you losing the last bit of consciousness that makes Zephyr Zephyr. And whatever this implant, this parasite that it seems to have come into your brain had taken over. And then that is where you guys are all back in the initial cavern. You're about to activate the teleportation. Gurgle has just pointed out, this is just like when he had used it to fight Wyrn.
All right. Well,
Take 2. Tika needs to get the box. Also, I need the amulet.
wait, what?
I have an idea.
You all remember it.
Oh, we all remember it.
Oh.
Okay.
So is Kyle insane?
You would feel as if you were insane, and you're suddenly back. To the point that I would say would mess with your consciousness a little bit.
I need the
Okay.
amulet.
So I still have the cube. Let me think here. Is this a reiteration, or is this the real thing now? Probably the real thing, considering we remember everything. Well, how'd that go for our people? Or does anyone remember anything?
Tika remembers.
What do you remember?
Room.
Okay,
For
you
eyes.
remember. What do you remember?
I got turned into a baby.
Wait,
Accurate.
did you kind of have babies or tadpoles?
Who did that?
Look, that came out.
I was over here.
The cord got dragged.
I'm pretty sure Grung just have normal babies.
Okay, I guess it's on point. Okay, you remember stuff. How about you, Kane?
Just set it down for a minute.
You have to, like...
Specifically, the Time Dragon. Well,
Time dragon.
I'm not convinced it's necessarily a dragon, but a creature with extreme control over time.
I'm assuming you met the guardian of this place.
Oh, did you guys see the eyes?
I have no idea.
I mean, it's the only dragon I know around here.
I was.
Again, I'm not positive it's a dragon. It is reptilian in nature.
What? Okay,
It's definitely you.
It's on my chair.
Just leave it for now. You guys can continue.
I would assume that this is still whatever the guardian is. I
Are
don't know
you
what
sure
it is.
that's not that weird thing that Razu talked about?
What thing Razu talk about?
That seemed vaguely familiar of the thing that Razu talked about back on the mountain with Ririn.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Am I the only one remember that he told us about that?
Sure.
It literally would
What
have
is
only
it?
been you. Because you and him were the ones who stayed back.
No, he definitely,
No,
when we met up, he said
I told
he
the
said
party,
that
and
we
they were
met
like,
something.
"How did you get out?" We literally watched weird lava wall
yeah,
you.
and then
Quick
he-
context for stream, just
He
'cause
like
this is...
he didn't tell us that he made a deal with it, but he did get really vague. He's like, I met some kind of weird creature with 2 heads, and it was in a dark place. I couldn't see it.
And it had
I just
2
saw,
eyeballs, and
I
I
just saw
couldn't
its
move.
eyeballs move.
And they were different colors, and,
and
they
he-
had different
And
voices.
quick clarification for stream, just because this was definitely pre-stream.
But then we asked him how
When
he got out,
they-
and I don't remember why
Chill.
he told us.
Wait. When they fought Wyrn, who was a wyvern that attacked Zoprkar, before Wyrn actually had gained hostility, part of what was determined caused Wyrn to attack Zoprkar was they had originally gone to steal wyvern eggs on a job and sell them. And after stealing the eggs, they were found out. Gurgle was successfully able to run away, as Gurgle and Razu were the ones who stayed behind. Razu activated an artifact that he had gotten in
The Black Mage.
in Ralpurgin from the Black Mage or Serval.
No,
And
it was
From
definitely from Ralamon. It was the
It was
necklace
from
Ralamon
Ralamon, yeah.
was wearing.
Oh, that's right.
That is 100%. Gurgle's confusing me. It's from Ralamon, which is even further back from that. But he had gotten the artifact effectively from a powerful mage, and when he activated it, it pulled him into a dark room, almost cave-like. There were multiple different creatures that seemed to talk to him, and he had, in order to save him, had offered to do a favor for them. What that favor was, didn't know. It was to be determined. That is what they are talking about right now. With that, back to where you're at right now. He did mention that to all. He just didn't tell you that he told him a
Tell
favor.
us that he made a deal with it. We asked him how he got out, and I think either the conversation changed or for some reason he like wishy-washied it. And we never got him to commit that he made a deal with this creature, but we did learn that he talked to it and got out somehow.
Paul's mostly right.
And I'm pretty sure everyone was there.
So with that,
Tico was
Gurgle
definitely
has
not
now said, doesn't that sound similar to what Razu told us about? Sorry. What are you guys doing? There's Art Doll standing next to the teleport. Says, am I still going through this?
But hang on a moment, because this hasn't been cast yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is before it.
Not quite yet. What do you remember happening, Erdal?
Good question.
I wish we had Razo here to talk to him about what the heck it was.
I went to the same room that Kane, Gurgle, and Kaio came to, or I should say they came to the same room that I did. I discussed with a creature of some kind. I believe Kaio said it was a dragon. And it called me a fake. Said I wasn't natural and I shouldn't exist. And I don't know, it was almost as if I had a slight headache and I found myself back in Razlakar. The school was partly collapsed, I'm guessing due to what Kane had done. And there was a lot of commotion going about. Someone yelling orders, and then it seemed to end.
All right. What about you, Collateral?
What happened to me? How am I back here?
You got turned to dust.
Yeah. Good.
I watched you turn into bones. Over 2,000 years long. I lost it and now my brain just decides to come back and I'm back here?
I think what happened is he fast-forwarded you in time and then he rewinded me in time.
Why am I back?
Just magic stuff. Just don't worry about it. Okay, so he died. Okay.
Everyone died in that room.
And
I'm pretty sure I was the last one to go. Or maybe it was Kane.
I'd like to start.
It's really hard to tell. He was frozen in place.
But Clay seems preoccupied right now.
You were when I turned into a baby. You were in the middle of a fire ring. Actually, no, you weren't. It actually dispelled your fire ring.
It sent you backwards. So it would have been before the fire.
Time is annoying.
Alright, so ultimately I've decided that we don't teleport, but it does sound like we have some info on our potential enemy. Yeah, that guy's going to fucking kill us all. I am most interested in Clay's.
He's still like...
You know what? On that note, we're gonna go to break because he did get what is probably the most important room. So yeah, we're gonna use that as a time to go to break. We will be back in just a little bit. Apologies for the more like haphazard break. If you want to send us a break, we'll be back in a bit. And we're back.
Gurgle
All right.
got inspiration.
Yes, first off, Gurgle got inspiration, courtesy of Jasmine. We love Jasmine. Thank you for always hanging out. Just mark that you have inspiration, Gurgle. With that, as you guys have now discussed a little bit about what you guys remember, is again, all of you currently remember and have ended up back in this initial room. Zephyr has some questions for Mr. Clay Beekman.
So, Clay, what did you experience?
Well, let me tell you. First came here, I experienced a little bit of awe, a little bit of magic, a little bit of frustration. Particularly when I found out that I'm still in the crystal caves. Though I did find Mr. Black Mage, or Black Wizard. He prefers to go by Serval.
What?
And
He's still alive?
he had
I don't know.
like 7-year-old baboon jerky. It was it was
Wait, no.
hard.
Let's focus more on the wizard, on the mage part. Serval?
Yes.
Did he tell
He
you
was-
anything?
Oh, well, he wanted to put hands on your woman, but I wouldn't let him. Oh yeah, Zastaria's here. She's unconscious.
Wait, we're. Oh yeah, you missed. We're back in the cave again.
Like all of us together.
Yeah,
Yes.
right before
Just
we
before
I thought we were
went
talking
through the
telepathically.
teleportation.
No. You're back in the.
Okay,
you're
yeah.
all back in the cave.
Oh yeah, and yeah, he tried to touch your woman. I wouldn't let
I
her.
mean, she's
Hold
not
on.
mine, but also you, father. I don't know.
Anyways,
So is Saval alive or not?
I mean, he was 70 years ago. That's part of the frustration.
Wait, 70 years ago.
Yes, he was here 70 years ago.
So you met him in the past?
Like teleportation.
I met
should
him
take you
in
through
my
time.
present, which was the past,
Where were you?
which is now my past again.
Oh, no, quick question. Where did you end up?
I told you, in the crystal caves, at his laboratory.
So you were still in the crystal. Oh, wait.
Still here. Would I have a vague idea in which direction his lab would have been? No clue exactly in reference to where we are now, to where his lab is. The only exploring we did was going outside, where he leapt off a cliff like a madman, only to reappear in the cave again. And so I said, well, that's going down. What happens if we go up? And we spent hours and hours climbing up the mountain, only to ascend the peak to find ourselves back in his lab, which was also part of the frustration.
So did you learn anything from Serval?
Yes, I learned that this is a maddening loop trap, and he has a lab in here somewhere.
What, you're talking about the whole crystal eye?
I'm assuming
How did you die?
I didn't.
Old age.
He climbed a mountain.
You probably didn't make it that far.
I don't recall dying.
You didn't.
Yeah.
Effectively, when you reached what this would have been to you, you would have reached the top, realized that you were in the lab, go to talk to Serval, and you would have been back in the original.
Yeah, I didn't die. In fact, yeah, the lab was here, but now it's not.
So are we still in the vision?
I'm going to assume.
Wait,
no.
are we in the cube?
No. I don't think so anymore. Mostly because
Were we in the cube?
we all.
Yes.
We all.
That was the cube.
I think we still are.
We all independent. No, I don't think so, because I think we all independently remember things.
Yes.
Never allowed us to converse our memories jointly while in the cube. Only
But-
once we've left.
Counterpoint, whenever we've all gone into the cube as a group before, everybody had to pass. Or everybody had to look at it.
Oh, not the first time.
That
What
was
are you
my
talking
first time.
about? I didn't go in. What first time are you referencing?
I explained the first time. We move on.
You explained the first time, and then what's up, Kyle?
Sorry, Zephyr.
Oh yeah.
I don't
Think it
care
was
if you call me collateral, think of me whatever. But I've done in my opinion, more than repaid the favor I owe to Thordscale, and I'm sorry, magic shenanigans just doesn't cut it for me. I just spent the last 2,000 years in a cave watching your party die with multiple, what I assume to be dragons, guardians of this place, and your answer is magic shenanigans?
Yep.
Hold on.
Timey-wimey shiz.
So, did it take 2,000 years for them to kill the party?
No.
Or was this a loop of dying over and over again
I
for
went
2,000 years?
mad in a cave alone for 2,000 years. And I know you have an artifact, and you just said we were in the cube.
I think that
the
was
artifact that he's now holding.
I think that was
Magic shenanigans don't cut it.
I think that was
I think,
the
though,
dragon.
technically, that's correct.
But also I will say I don't think that had to do with the cube. I think it had to do with the dragon.
And
It's important to distinguish those two.
And on top of that, too, I'm not going to tell you more for two reasons. One, I don't trust you. Number two,
That's right, you haven't earned it, intern.
number two, you didn't sign up for this. So the less you know, the better.
But I will say I was there with you, and I'm pretty sure that was the dragon. I don't think that was the cube.
But
I'm here now, and that, I'm assuming, is the cube.
Now,
and I don't care if you tell me, but firstly, treating me like collateral doesn't seem very teamy. Doesn't seem your best interest is all of us
Kyle,
getting out.
You can leave anytime you
Look,
want.
hey, Kyle,
No, I can't.
Kyle.
If you can't tell, we're stuck in a cave.
Then stick
Kyle,
with us, but stop
I
asking
have
questions.
a question for you. It's rather important. Did I give as good as I got with those dragons?
What do you mean? Did you give as good as you got?
You weren't there.
What? You
were-
said the party.
No, you
No,
were
it wasn't everybody.
you were talking
unfortunately.
to Serval.
This was a single iteration, which
But-
is rare.
Don't
But-
you remember
but-
hearing all the
but-
screaming going through the
But Zephyr,
the telepath?
Oh, the sad well?
Zephyr,
No, not
this is a problem, because even with your experience of the first one you just told me about, nobody remembered that except you. So why did everybody remember it this time?
But he said that Cetherin had the coin physically missing.
there are some signs that makes it seem like we're not in the cube anymore.
Oh,
we should
Chico
play
has
it
a question.
accordingly.
Digo?
Chico's gonna be gathering more crystals.
Okay.
While they're talking.
You're like, I
Also,
opened the chest, but
once-
they never told me what they did.
Once
They was
once
liars.
once I went successfully
Liar.
through the cube, I got a shard. Did you get a shard?
I have no shard.
Well then, I don't know if this is the real place.
I mean, be my guest to suicide yourself into something then. We shouldn't teleport, and we should try to find another way out of here. But most likely into the gaping maw of whatever beast resides as its lord. So, which way should we go?
I think we should rest first.
Well, where do we want to rest?
Yeah.
Right now, I don't see any baboons. Though it was 70 years ago, and the meat was 7 years old, so I don't know if there's any baboons around, or Saval ate them all.
Deku, you said if I completed this door, you could take us to the Packard's domain. What is that? And why would it work?
I wouldn't try that either right now.
Why would it work? Is it magically based?
It's God nature.
It's just
I
as
don't know.
It's just based.
It just.
Divine
Yes.
magic would still be magic.
I mean, it's
But
paladins and clerics.
He's a herald, I think, or closer to a herald
It's
or
magic.
a natural
And
thing.
being
than-
as you're a
magic.
champion, I'm assuming divine magic doesn't trump the crystal eye.
It doesn't matter if it's Bahamut
all
or if
being
it's.
manipulated.
It doesn't matter if it's Bahamut or a level 15 mage. They still are casting the same spell fundamentally, which would be like similar to plane shift.
Chico's gonna try to start cooking the crystals and having our doll bring her crystals.
Okay. Just so you know, and then I'll come to you. the crystals are less something you cook and then they like eat. They're more of like spices. Think like you have a salt rock, and you're more so like grinding the rock.
The red
spice.
The red crystal makes curry. The green. I'm gonna make like one dish of each.
Hold for just a second. He's
Can I either insight check or passive insight on Tiku? Is her vision affecting her? Basically, the one of Razu. Obviously, I don't know about that, and she didn't say it. But is she giving off signs that her experience was worse than she's letting on?
Is it worse than what I've already been through, though?
I mean,
Or
the fact
am
that it
going
was
through.
Razu.
I mean,
it was the alchemist, but we already knew the Razu was doing it.
No, we don't. That was Razu only. None of us know that.
No, I know.
So
but
I
we know
would-
that Razu was in charge of like kidnapping, and I literally saw him like about to stab Ubi.
you saw, so it wouldn't be different to you, but real quick point of clarification. No one except Razu knows that Razu is the one who actually went through
Instigated the game.
Oh yeah.
and
But I'm still
kidnapped all
assuming
of the
that
individuals
was.
to the
I'm
game.
still assuming that was Squawk.
In your vision, yeah, you'd be like, you're seeing Squawk. You'd be
Yeah.
treating it as Squawk. I would say that true. And then for you, Tiku's been in a constant state of stress since you entered. Did it affect her? Yes. But she's also it's been clear that since Zinderhold, Tiku has not been in the same mental wherewithal. Is this part affecting her more or less? Hard to know.
She's been in a state of stress and desperation, probably.
Zephyr had something next.
Did Serval have any idea of how to leave? Any theories or anything?
Or of how to cure his hysteria.
Don't look at me, Mr. Bickman. I wasn't there.
Why y'all looking at me? I told you what I told you. We didn't cure Zastaria.
No,
As soon as he came back.
I said, did he have any ideas of how to leave?
No, none. He was stuck there, trapped.
I mean, obviously he left at some point. What ways were you trying to get out?
Well, he tried to go down. I tried to go up. When we got to the peak going up, I wound up back here, and then suddenly with you guys.
You said he was holding a thingy? No?
I said he was... Yeah, the baboon jerky.
Was there anything else in his lab?
I don't know what was in his lap.
Lab.
Oh, lab. Yeah, there were other things. There were books. He had some shelves, knick-knack, stuff like that. Oh, he had a book and a voodoo doll.
What did the voodoo doll look like?
Make a history check.
12.
12. It had long hair and seemed to be male. You didn't pay too much attention to it.
It had long hair, kind of like a guy. You know what he kind of looked like? He kind of looked like Augustus Einman.
Who?
Or maybe like,
You know, the guy that I beat out.
or maybe like a version of himself?
Oh, you're talking about the Talos follower.
Yeah.
Or maybe like a small version of himself?
No, because the hair didn't. So he had black hair that went down into a gray, as though he dyed his hair silver and it just grew out.
You paid a lot of attention to this person.
It was gray down to a silver.
So,
Quite the memory.
I mean, it just happened a few minutes ago.
What about the book?
What about it?
Anything about the book?
I mean, he closed it. I didn't read it. I mean, that's rude.
What did it look like?
Like a book. Have you seen a book?
Just like no distinguishing features, no symbols.
14.
14. On one side of, so there was two effectively myriads. There's two pictures on each side of the cover, as this was still very recent for you. Actually, technically this would have been hours ago, but even still. One side seemed to be a star The other side seemed to be a
One side had
cave
a
that had,
star.
or like a hole that had tunnels or lines.
And the other
stretching
was
out from
looked
it.
like a tunnel system, and the other and like a star, one on each side. I don't know which was the front, which was the back.
You want to start pulling up books out of your storage?
Final question. Did you happen to notice if he was wearing this? I have like a bracelet on.
He was, in fact, wearing that bracelet.
Oh yeah, he was wearing that,
Or what would look very similar
or
to it.
something like it. I don't know if it's that exact one. That was 70 years ago. When did you get that?
5 years ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, very, very well. Could have been the same one.
It'd be like 6.5, but yeah. Recently.
Why are we not utilizing probably the best resource we have? Squawk is right there. We have him bound, and he's the one that probably knows the most about the area we're in.
This is a very dangerous resource.
I don't know if Squawk is there anymore.
Also, first off, I don't think Squawk knows that much about the Crystal Eye anyway. This is just his dumping ground. Second off, if it's related to the Black Wizard, Squawk pretty much knows nothing. The Black Wizard kept everything hidden from him. That's the whole reason why he was angry at him.
Wait, Black Wizard, or Black Mage, right?
Yes.
Black Mage.
Black Mage is your friend, right, Serval? You said it was your buddy?
Serval and Squawk, but that was a long time ago.
What do you know about Serval before?
What if
That he shouldn't have been in the Crystal Eye 70 years ago. The
Serval...
timeline doesn't add up, if I'm correct. That timeline doesn't make sense at all.
What if Serval never died?
What if there's multiple Servals?
That's why...
He described a man with gray hair. From what I remember, I met Serval like... How long ago would you say? Like 30 years ago?
Went closer to like 15.
Serval's a
20 years
sprig.
I met a Serval 15 years ago that was young, and he wasn't a master yet. And he surely wasn't in the Crystal Eye. He was just learning magic.
Funnily enough, that Serval had black hair.
Much, literally, from my understanding, a teenager.
What if the real one has been here the whole time?
When you slew
He's just
Serval, did he turn to dust?
No,
I don't remember.
I don't think he did.
It would have important enough that you would have remembered. He actually did. So the way that I described it previously is that his body seemed to disappear.
Because
Or
didn't he get
disintegrate.
hit by something specifically that made it, like...
You guys hit him with a
Disintegrate?
spell that
Disintegrate?
seemed...
No.
So, no, what it was...
Razu killed him.
Razu had killed him, and then he was hit with a fire spell by Drumus Forgemaster.
Yeah, so we
that
assumed that...
disintegrated him.
We assumed that was just part of the spell.
Drumus Forgemaster disintegrated Serval after you guys killed him on the throne.
What if this extra dimensional space is a shared
Was it
space?
Rodar's?
And he actually has multiple versions of
fire
himself.
You guys met Rudar's.
He's actually been here the whole time.
Rodars is the one who showed up, and Drumus is the one who stopped Rodars. We fought Rodars with Trinity's God boon.
How many alternate realities can this artifact go into?
Way too many. All of them.
Yeah,
And none of them at the
So
same
why
time.
can't we just look for the way out?
It's dangerous.
And it was, yes. Adaro is the
Assuming
one.
so, time-bound
Quick-
things are almost always dangerous.
Quick point of clarification, because this is important, and he did point this out, and I messed it up. Adaro is the one who disintegrated Serval. Specifically, as this was a long time ago, and I know Tiga wasn't present, you had slashed Serval, and then he said, well, I didn't expect to lose. And then he turned to Gurgle. He said, well, I have a favor and something to tell you. Gave him the bracelet, and then he was about to tell him something, and then Adaro had disintegrated him. So, as a quick reminder on how that actually went, is that was a long time ago. Adaro disintegrated Serval. Right before he gave Gurgle, or right after he gave Gurgle the bracelet that he has.
So if I'm potentially right, maybe the real one has been here the whole time, and the one that we killed was just the, like, kind of one of the Zestarius. What if the real one's been trapped here the whole time?
Try to utilize the light effect of my crystal scimitar, which basically just turns it into a torch, but it is magical because it's a magic weapon.
It would work. It would just effectively fluctuate. It would almost turn it into a torch rather than just a light.
It would flicker.
Like expands to like 30-foot radius, then back down to 10 foot, and then almost nothing, and then
Occasionally up to like 40-foot radius.
yeah.
With that being the case, didn't mean to interrupt you, Gurgle. Go ahead.
If I'm right, maybe his bracelet isn't his old past self, but maybe a shared storage space between him and his extensions. I try to picture the book and pull it out.
The book that he described to you?
Try to picture a book with a star and some paths on it.
Yeah. As you reach in, you picture the book. You pull out a book. Looks similar.
Does it look like this?
Hold on. Hold it open and then close it real quick. Oh, yeah.
Open it and start reading.
First page you open it up to is a letter. The letter is it's not like an actual. It's like a page, like a journal entry. That's a better way. There's a journal entry describing that Squawk has gone too far. The research has taken a dangerous turn. I'm planning on venturing into the crystal veins. I hope to return soon. If not, carry on with the plan, and I'll send word when I can. The next page is another journal entry that seems to be written in response to it. The next one discusses, I've seen a future. There's many important parts, specifically the individuals you'll meet, Cubix Ascenders. They're important. The key is one's daughter. You must find her before she dies. Save her and see if you can't make life a little bit better for her in the meantime. The next entry is discussing how he seems to have found this girl, Zestaria. Unfortunate, it seems her family had died, but he took some measures to make it a little bit more bearable for her. He laid the groundwork for her mother to believe that she had died, as he thought it would be less painful for her. Next entry starts to go in and starts to detail the Cubix Ascenders have arrived within Zaprakar. Not exactly how I thought they would be. Kind of like them. Funnily enough, especially the frog. Next entry is actually about how we've seemed to have lost contact. We seem to have lost contact with you. And as he goes to describe the individual, you start to realize the individual that they're describing meets the description of Gust. The next entry seems confused, and it's, again, it seems almost as like another one. Not a response, but another entry. And it says, still haven't heard anything, effectively. Is the connection broken? What is the next step? The next entry says, it seems this is the end of the journey for me. I don't see past this anymore. The others have gone dark as well. And then as you continue to go through the entries from there, the first thing's worth noting, the writing style changes. It almost seems more shaky. Almost think like someone who gets arthritis and starts to almost become less proficient or clean with the quill. The notes actually start to almost go on to the point of rambling. The first one is a note saying he doesn't know how long it's been. It's too many years to remember, but he's discovering different pathways. They lead to different points, connected to different places. The next note talks about how he finally found the hole itself. He thought he could take it to the surface, but the further he tried to climb, the deeper he found himself within the crystal eye, specifically. The next note talks about a visitor that he had. confused, but he met someone by the name of Clay Beekman. The individual didn't seem to know much about the crystal veins. However, he was able to try something that he had not thought about. He ascended rather than descended, although the effect seemed to be the same. He returned back to, he seems to have disappeared upon them returning. And despite his best efforts, he was never able to find him again. Lastly, it seems that someone has upset the creatures within the veins. A soul has been freed unnecessarily and haphazardly. They are restless. They're hunting. That is the last note.
Guilty.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think
I didn't roll a natural one on that nature check.
So we're being hunted by a malevolent entity that plays with souls and time for fun. Also, I wonder if the thing that Razer met actually was imprisoned somewhere down here.
I mean, I don't know how that's going to help us.
Which thing?
Yeah, I'm still convinced that the thing that we saw in that vision was the thing that Razer met.
So there's signs of corruption here, just like there were in the forest. So there's obviously something we need to do to purify the Guardian.
Yeah, I think the Guardian's the two-eyed thing that I met.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Three.
it has 4 eyes.
It had 3.
4.
What colors?
Red, green, blue, white.
No, I think that's the thing that you met. I don't think that's the thing that we met.
We saw red, yellow, and green.
Did we even see a green? I thought it was just red and yellow.
You guys saw 3.
I thought we saw
Specifically,
blue.
he saw 3. You guys also saw blue.
We saw blue?
He did.
When did he see blue?
It was the first eye that he saw.
And
Or sorry, no,
yellow.
he saw the blue eye
He saw
later.
the yellow eye.
No, he saw the blue eye later. Way later. One might say thousands of years later.
That creature has thousands of souls within it.
I saw blue eye.
When?
I saw blue too.
Probably a couple hundred years after you guys died.
I describe
eye,
what the eye
what's,
looked
what's
like.
blue
The
eye?
eyes look the same?
Sorry, one more time.
I describe what the eyes look like.
I
Do
mean-
they look the same?
They do. The way that Tiku describes it is similar to what you would say.
I mean, I would say it's simply colors matched to emotions. Blue reminded me of sadness. Red was anger.
Yellow is happiness.
Were these
Does
the
your dude die?
dragons?
Is your brain dude dead?
It disappeared once, or well, I disappeared once. It finally
Right,
took
but if
over.
this is the real world, then your spell should still be active, right?
I mean, is with us right to now.
Is this Golroj gone?
No, I believe he's still here. Golroj, you still there?
You hear almost like a brief, like a low humming, just like the planes. Yes,
You know, I just got one quick question.
I have the building in sight. Just the same, almost crazed.
Oh,
Wait, did
oh.
you-
Speaking of this, I end the spell.
There's the telepathic link between all of you. Has now
like,
been
we're
Well-
not going to use that.
So current plan is to take a rest and then wake up and start exploring the tunnels again because teleporting isn't an option.
Our doll, who has been watching down the path, now walks back into the room.
He's supposed to be
very
collecting red crystals for me.
So he's going out and collecting while also scouting. He comes back in, having a few of the crushed crystals in hand. And he goes, the creatures that we had been dodging up till now seem more active. The
that makes
humanoid
sense.
scorpions, they're out in thralls. They seem to be scattered about the floor. The monkey-oid, the baboon creature, they are, for one, eating them.
Oh man, the baboons are here.
There is one, yes.
Wait, just one?
I only saw one, yes.
Probably an endangered species.
Well,
Alright,
I simply thought you might want to know they are closer than they were before. With that, I will go collect more crystals.
I don't think
Don't get too
we're
close.
ready to do another fight.
Though, Kyle,
I
Kyle,
take a pen out in the book and I say, Do you know what the creature is? And then I close it and I stick it back in.
Kyle.
Okay.
Kyle, I got a quick question for you. This blue eyes that you're saying, is it a white dragon?
I knew it. I knew that was
I
coming.
knew it.
The instant he said blue eyes, I was like, yep.
All right. Tico's
One
gonna
sec.
try
Zephyr,
different
Zephyr literally had his hand. Patience. Let Zephyr go first.
All right. So battle plan is we try to get out overall, right? That's the.
I just
Main
don't know how
goal.
we fight a time dragon that could turn me into a kid, turn him into dust, and then make him go
but
crazy. Think
we
that
don't.
cast a
But
firewall.
The only way is we can figure out a way to talk to it and get it to listen to us.
Wait, Tico.
You want to go talk to it?
No, but it already might know we're here.
I mean,
But I think
If it's the
trapped.
guardian of this place,
But I-
it probably knows exactly where we are.
But I think it's trapped. Roger said that when he was talking to it, it seemed trapped.
Well, we'll do a quick test. Oh, guardian, are you here? And I just look at the wall.
Kaio was talking to the wall. What did you
Seems
do, Tiku?
not.
What did you want to do, Tiku? Because at this point you would be able to do it.
I wouldn't call out his name, just in case.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
I also don't know if I would consider him a guardian.
That's what you guys called it. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I was
I
calling
think if
him
anything,
a
it ain't the guardian.
I actually think it's almost a curse. Probably.
This entire place is a
Or a
curse.
survival mechanism.
This symbiote that maybe have taken over the Guardian.
Or from what you were saying, thousands of souls that have been trapped here forever and have all gone insane and now just want to play with people.
I don't think it's the souls that want to play with people. I think it's the soul keeper.
So, food?
Yes.
King
What
can
is-
go before we go food.
I was just gonna ask, because I mentioned this. After the 10-day time skip for me, was I able to do anything, or did I instantly leave before I could even do like an action?
You would have been able to do an action.
What I basically wanted to do was have Malrith take me and play shift, at least attempt. If that's-
That would have been your end.
That would have
as
killed you,
when
probably,
You tried to
yeah.
use the magic. So the way that would have ended for you is as you summoned her. The summoning worked. One thing worth noting, Malrith was immediately. She would have been immediately almost. Think like animal instinct of like danger. And then upon trying to use plane shift, because she would have gone through with it. Whatever this creature is, in a similar way that it had reacted to your flame wall and had sent you forward in time, in that moment, it would have, again, interacted with you. And when you attempted to plane shift, it would have let you plane shift. And then you would have found yourself spiraling, shifting through planes, effectively lost in an infinite plane shift, shifting through the different planes. So that is how that would have ended for you.
But it did work.
It worked, yes. And then you just seemed almost trapped in a different kind of loop. What did you use to cook, Tiku? The answer is with the prism that's there. Just tell me the color of stone that you wanted to use.
So I'd be just using like regular meat and veggies for the start or the main broth because I don't want to add any combined effects, so I can figure out what they do. Let's just go through the rainbow. So the curry has red.
So you're making curry. That is what you're doing for this meal.
Red. Well, actually, I was trying to make like small amounts.
She's
Or actually,
making
I'll
a
make like
multi-part
curries. I'll make multiple curry, or I'll just keep them all curry, just because that would make more sense. The base is curry, but then like each plate, I put a different crystal dust
So
on.
everyone gets a different of.
Everyone's gonna get a different color.
Taste the rainbow.
Taste the rainbow, mother trucker.
Is anybody not eating the food? Or is everybody eating the food?
And we're sure eating out of the magic cave is a great idea.
Clay Beekman needs his strength, so he'll be eating.
Has had a sixth sense for when things are poisonous.
I'm eating
She
white.
does not think it's a bad idea. So I will consume red.
Is there a black one?
Was there black
She did the
crystals?
colors of the rainbow. Is what I thought. I just heard.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I would prefer to take the purple curry.
7, 8 people. 8 people.
So one person gets the same.
So red, orange, yellow, green,
people
blue,
get-
purple,
Indigo.
white, pink.
I forgot about indigo, but yeah.
Indigo's in the rainbow. If
Well,
it
not
matters.
in Tiku's rainbow.
Indigo will be for someone else.
Okay,
later.
so we're just going to go around the table for the sake of this then. So you're going to eat the red. You are charmed by Tiku for the duration of the feast, which is 8 hours.
Ooh, a charm. Okay.
Um,
Do I need to roll positive and negative effects or?
actually, yes, you would need to.
yeah.
Just need to roll for each
I'm gonna
one.
do one roll for the whole thing.
$26.
You are not only charmed by Tiku for the duration of the 8 hours, you'd be willing to like die for Tiku for the duration of 8 hours.
Basically, she's the gold dragon for the 8 hours.
You're like,
On par, like the devotion would be on par to that, to where like she could give you a command. So most charms, you won't do a command if it's hostile to you. You would do a hostile command to this.
And I'm presuming there's no save.
So
or
it's more like a
anything.
dog.
Not because you willfully
partook,
chose
yeah.
to consume it. And then just you said you ate, right, Gurgle?
That wouldn't be the most effective terrorist tool.
No, so I'm asking is because you don't get a save against poison.
Here you go,
even if you
homeless
consume
people.
it.
Food.
yeah,
Amazing.
But we know,
So
we know all
orange-
these are going to cause effects, so we
You
willingly
are-
don't resist them.
Yeah, we're trying
You
to figure out
experience hallucinogenic visions.
hallucinogen. Woo!
You get hallucinogenic visions for the next 8 hours. It gives you disadvantage on anything that requires sight.
Disadvantage. This
crystals.
is supposed to be a good thing.
No, when she cooks with things, it has effects.
Yeah.
What it does is not always positive. So anything that requires sight for the duration of the next 8 hours, you would have disadvantage on. So
Just
red,
be like,
orange,
you're paralyzed for
green
8 hours.
would be Clay Beekman. You are immune to acid damage.
Ooh.
Oh, hey. So I specifically said I wanted to.
Well, that would yellow.
Oh,
He would be yellow
no,
technically,
you said
but
you
yeah.
wanted the purple though.
Okay, purple.
So that would just, you said you wanted, wait, you didn't make white though.
I did make white.
What
I'll
color?
take
made
fucking
pink and
pink,
white.
bro.
She's wrote them down.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white,
Okay, so
pink.
that was red, orange.
I mean,
Then these
pink,
two on it,
baby.
That means that you ate green, which means that you are immune to acid damage.
Immune to acid.
Get that pink lemonade, bro.
Red, orange, yellow, and then that would be you with yellow.
No, I said pink. Our doll gets yellow.
You want pink.
Oh,
It doesn't really
fucking
matter.
pink,
You can
bro.
have pink.
Oh, fuck. Pink.
Okay. Pink has the same effect as red. You were also charmed and willing to die for Tiku for the next 8 hours.
Fucking damn it.
Apparently our doll is, no, you're did green, so you're immune to acid damage.
He did white, and then our doll's yellow.
Yellow doesn't actually do that much for him because it makes him immune to the poison condition.
Not the paralyzed condition?
And then you did white. You are you are effectively on acid. You are experiencing a euphoria. Everything is now in a good light. You're extremely happy. You have disadvantage on all intellect style checks.
You know, this is really good food, guys. Really good food.
I do concur. It is still delicious.
I'm just like waving my hand in front of me.
It is
Some things on the walls.
on intellect checks. Yes.
Yeah, but that's fine.
I don't think I've ever expressed how good your food is. Like, this is probably the best I've ever had.
Guys, they're watching us. There's a literal face on the wall watching us.
Don't worry.
Maybe we should ask if he wants some.
All right, hallucinogen was
I
disadvantage.
don't want
on-
to talk to him.
I go up to the wall and start trying to feed it.
Don't worry, Tiku. I will
don't
protect
see
you
it.
from the
You're like,
boss.
where is it? I'm like,
Wait.
it's right there. Like right here?
Zephyr is.
All right, what was purple?
Right there.
Oh, purple. I missed purple. Apologies.
I can see it.
And I also need blue, which would have been
Ski.
Sninu?
Xenu. Yeah.
All right. purple. Purple makes you immune to disease, including curing disease. So it would cure disease and make you immune to disease. For the duration of the
Does
effect.
that cure him of his degradation?
Yes.
What is degradation? What is it? Huh? What happened to Bro? When did he have a disease?
Blue gives you the ability to breathe underwater.
Interesting.
How would you know
Wait,
that?
you said you got a 26?
Yes.
Who ate blue?
Sninu?
See you.
Oh, right.
With the 26, blue would make so that you only can breathe underwater. As Sninu would start to suffocate upon
I
eating.
give him a
Oh,
bowl of water
took out the
to breathe in.
In 2024.
He can't even use control water because it's magic. Get fucked.
Yes.
We have
Effectively, you would be getting a pail of water that Sninu would now have his head submerged in.
for 8 hours.
That would be the worst.
So he's also suffering from the blinding condition because his head is in a pot for 8 hours.
Also, wouldn't the water that
I
you
think-
control water around yourself not be working?
It
I
would
think
be
we're gonna have to sleep
fluctuating.
this off, guys.
Oh, I guess I can make it indigo too. I forgot about myself.
8. You did. Indigo would be the same effect. You can
No,
only breathe underwater.
She is immune to acid.
Yeah, she was great.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, you're right. I was green. That's right.
Wasn't Gerbu with us? Or was he down?
He's unconscious.
He is unconscious. As TQ has given you
using
guys
my
your
knowledge-
first, not necessarily good
No.
batch of food.
Garbu, Ubi.
Guys,
So,
do you see those spirits?
so the immune to disease. Would I know that like
Literally
based on
everywhere.
the apples previously, would this save off the like turning into living rocks in
Aberrations?
nature?
That would, yes.
Okay. Then I'll make more purple stuff and make everybody eat it.
As
Including the
Tiku,
unconscious people.
as Tiku works up another version of food, as Tiku starts to cook again, Gurgle, as you see these different faces, and Zephyr, you in this euphoric state.
I appreciate it. So great.
He's literally just chewing on a rock.
As Gurgle points out these like faces in the wall, and after a bit, you guys kind of like stop paying attention, except for you, Zephyr, who is in this euphoric state, are very, very in this almost like the same line of thinking as the hallucinating Gurgle. As he points out another face in the wall, and you see it, and you like happily go and approach the face to bring it food, as he does, and you're kind of like finishing up your food, Tiku, and you look towards the door, and you see Zephyr walking towards the entrance, and kind of like glance, and then you take a double look as you can see a face too. In fact, as you pointed out, and everyone starts to look, you all can see a face, an upside down face with a mane on it, as you see one of the baboons seems to be standing in the door, face reversed, as Zephyr walks up to him and hands him over.
I'm gonna shoot it with my crossbow.
Go ahead and make an attack.
Shit. Okay, does everyone know what their stuff does? So that we actually have this?
Does my magic
We're
crossbow
cooked.
still have its properties?
Yes, actually, in fact,
Okay, good. Then that was a 17 to hit.
that's definitely going to hit. And the magic affinity of your weapon is doubled currently.
Damage wise?
Yes, damage-wise, and to hit with the weapon would also have the plus
So if he had a +2, it'd become a +4 weapon.
+4.
So it's a 19 to
Except
hit.
next round it's going to be
Okay.
half.
Oh, minimum snake eyes on the magic damage.
Does
so
your
two,
damage
two
get
lightning
doubled?
damage and 9 piercing.
Make sure you add 2 more from your +2, +4
Oh.
weapon currently.
Hold on.
So that would be 13 damage total.
Okay. As you loose your arrow, and it hits the baboon, just doesn't seem to react to it at all. As you walk over to give it the food,
But I do hit it, so I will push it back 10 feet away.
It's like in a carved out wall. It
That is
doesn't-
my mastery
No,
of
no,
the
no.
crossbow.
I know, but it just goes into the wall more, right?
No, this one had actually come through to the door entrance. to the entrance to this little cave alcove that you guys are in.
Oh, it's not the little carved out thing that he's
No,
using.
this is
at the
actually
door.
one of the creatures. As you hit him with the arrow, Zephyr, having gotten at this point gotten in range of it, you hit it back as its tendrils reach out and just seem to almost like stab into Zephyr's arms, just like almost like think like a shot, but a little bit bigger as and then they rip out almost immediately as you pull. As you look at the baboon,
I'll also bring me up real
it
quick.
gets pulled back and it kind of like
Pushed
like
back.
looking. Or yes, it gets pushed back. It stops, and then it turns to you, and you don't notice at first the face being upside down, but the face is now recognizable, as the baboon now has the face of Zephyr.
It's a face stealer.
As the upside down Zephyr's face just gets a broad smile,
I
and
know.
just
Well, I'll just look at him after shooting him and go, Clay Beekman.
Okay, I feel like at this moment Zephyr turns. Does he still have a face?
as this baboon creature looks at you and it does that smile and takes it on all fours, sprints out. Zephyr, almost happy Zephyr now turns around and he is faceless. As you now see almost Slender Man vibes. You are now blinded, deafened, and cannot talk.
I can't
Is
use.
he suffocating?
I can't use.
He's
freaking
not.
verbal spells.
You would not be able to use
breathing
verbal
through
or
his ears.
sight-based
Yeah, I can't
spells.
cast spells. I'm screwed.
As he
I
turns around and you watch as Zephyr almost like kind of places his hand on his face, confused, still in that same euphoria. As you again hear from behind, not you, but the others would hear,
Well, I still hear.
seems I
Take my
was
face
too
out my
late.
ears, right?
You now see walking down the hall a familiar individual, as to you specifically, Gurgle, you're the only one who would fully recognize Serval as he walks up holding a book and says, I assume you sent this.
Yes. There's faces in the wall.
He opens the book again.
There's everything in the walls.
He starts looking through the pages and he says, it is...
Are you real?
Yeah.
Zephyr doesn't have a face. Does anybody else notice it doesn't have a face?
We are running out of time. You must find me in the correct vein.
I'm looking at Zephyr. Does he have a face?
No.
No, he doesn't.
No, his face is fully gone.
Slenderman.
Wait,
I just didn't know if he was tripping.
No, I'm not
his-
tripping. That's his face was
That's
just.
what
I thought Gurgle was
Correct
tripping.
name. Explain yourself.
Zephyr! Zephyr, does he have ears?
He actually would have ears, so I apologize. You would still be able to hear. I said you were
Zephyr,
deaf. you
oh
were not.
gosh, how can we know if he can hear us or not?
You're very happy about this.
I mean, he doesn't have a mouth.
To answer your question and talking to you,
Can he-
Gurgle, he says,
Can he breathe?
read the book. The time will be soon. He shuts the book. And you guys are all now back in the room again. Zephyr is about to look at the cube for the first time.
I'm gonna knock that shit out his hands.
No one remembers anything except Zephyr.
I knew it. I knew there was something off with your theory. It was a pretty good one, though.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be consistent. I wouldn't want to suicide everyone.
I assume he did the normal of like,
For you guys, it would have just been like almost like his head dips and he kind of like shakes his head.
Tico still making
And I
sure
didn't
he
test
does
the
that.
I would
magic?
say covers
Oh,
it.
great. I have my
didn't test
face.
the magic.
and I'll take it back.
Oh, that's a
from him.
weird
The
thing to
spirit's
say.
not
Anyways,
anymore.
are you gonna cast the?
No, we're not doing that, but we are being
I think
hunted.
the
Why
spirit
not?
thing happened
That
before
was
we
part
did
of the plan.
Okay.
Well, it did.
I go
It
over
definitely-
everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
really
there was
fast.
there was an
I
upside
even,
down
explain, I
monkey
even
face.
explained the effects of the different food.
What about the gray one?
I'm never eating your food
Never tried
again.
the gray one or the indigo
Tico
one.
immediately grabs a stone, starts to shred it, making
Well,
a spice.
I don't know. That I think there's a market for some of those
Oh,
flavors.
speaking of which, if we stay here for another. How long did it?
Well, you said
I'm just gonna say,
Tinker.
a set amount of time. There's gonna be a bamboo that.
Well, you said
wait.
Tinker.
So,
Bamboo.
so then Serval's lab is here somewhere.
Yes, I
And you're-
figured that, but we should probably get moving.
An upside
said
down
read-
baboon.
It's a monster's coming.
No, the
for
face
us.
is upside down. It's like
You
a
know
right
it's-
side
it-
up, but the head is upside down on a right side up body.
Yeah.
And you said that Serval knows about the cube.
Not an upside down baboon.
Wait, Serval said to read the book. What's in the book?
I thought you killed Serval.
I can't believe a 70-year-old.
Let's get to moving. Gurgle, look for that book.
We need to take a nap. Or at least rest.
Has it been an hour?
Open
Do
the-
we need a short rest?
We're not going
No,
to
this
get
is in
a
an
rest.
instant. You guys just went back to the initial time.
We're not going to get a rest.
Literally, the whole session just happened in a second.
We gotta
Zephyr
get to
just
moving.
saw
But
everything
just
we've
for
done.
just for
I agree with
timeline's sake,
Zephyr, we need to keep
that
moving.
all happened after you did what you did to him.
Yeah.
And the thing said thank you to you.
Yeah, we
so-
need to get moving. We need to find a different place to
Let's,
hide before we rest.
Tiku still make it curry.
No, Tiku.
I am
no.
not eating
Put
any
it
of your
away.
food.
Gurgle's like, I just heard some whack ass shit.
I will eat water.
You know that good times?
What do you guys do?
Go. Read the book. I believe it's important.
I'm working on it.
Tiku shrinks her curry pot down
doing
sadly.
it as we're walking.
Okay. So you start to walk. Tiku disheartenedly shrinks it down. Kaio, seemingly a little bit sad and upset, leaves behind a partially
Okay.
constructed door that has been cut out of stone.
I have an
Where
actual
was
legit
the
question.
door?
Is his name Kyle or Caillou?
Kaio Ken?
Kaio.
K-A-I-O.
K.O.
I've been thinking it was Kyle this whole time.
Can we cut the door out
Kaio.
and take it with us?
You, again, this was such a small amount of time that you guys actually spent here. It's like stone has been like cut out. There's like a stone slab. With that being the case, you guys start to leave.
Before we start walking blindly, perhaps we should read the passage. It might say to stay here.
We should read it as we start walking.
I think we should.
And if we walk into this baboon,
I mean, it's going to find us here.
Well,
Is
I
there
shot it
anything-
once
We don't need
already.
now.
Apparently, I can shoot it again.
It's not that
Is-
long. Because, like, the time I took to explain all that, like, time's passed.
probably
Like, we gotta
10,
get going.
15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got my crossbow out, ready. I'm scanning for baboons.
Is there any difference between the archers?
Do you want me to make a perception
Archers,
check?
what do you mean?
Like, do we notice any runes or any like carvings or any?
Make a perception check.
Where does
You can also make a
baboons
perception
come
check.
from?
You're looking for different things, but yes.
Oh, that's D6.
It's a type of primate.
Sure, you can roll a d6 for it.
He says
probably
we have
a
to
jungle.
choose
But
the
you said it's
correct
upside
path.
down face.
It's still spaces.
And it has tentacles. That's not a normal baboon.
No,
22.
nothing in here is normal.
Okay. So you're looking out for baboons, and then you're looking for abnormalities.
7.
There's a lot of crystal in here. Yummy crystal. Zephyr told you what it does, but it must still be tested.
Tiku's definitely getting a lot of the
Tiku's
purple
curiosity would
crystals.
definitely be getting a little bit the better of her. But
Tiku's definitely getting
with
a lot of
that,
the
you guys
purple-
are proceeding. So you guys had gone down a hall. So you make it back to that original hallway you were following. And our doll, just upon getting to the end of it, says, "Well, we came from left, but there's many different pathways there. Do you wish to continue left, or?"
What does the passage say? Because I feel like that's important.
I already said I got it out.
I did not hear that. Apologies. So, Gurgle, upon pulling it out, you see
But
your note.
I assume that I don't have the note that I wrote in there, nor his response, because that happened within the vision, not in real life.
No, we'll see.
So, do you want to you pull out the book?
But I mean,
though,
I'd start from the beginning because I didn't actually read any of it in real life, so I'd literally start from the beginning.
The way this would play out is you would go through, and you would continue to look through the notes, including finding a note in your handwriting.
It's like, I didn't write that.
And then the next note beyond it would say, "Look for the man in stone. He will guide you."
Didn't we already pass a man in stone?
What are you
Yes.
talking about?
The face.
A
That was-
person that me and Tiku kind of like talked to and he was stuck in the wall.
What?
It's
That way.
So we do want to go left.
As they point to the left, you two having your passive perception being so astronomically high, they point to the left, and you kind of like look, and almost out of the corner of your eye, across the hall from you, you see something move. As you look, you see there's a faint outline slightly protruding from the stone, and it just looks like an outline of an individual pointing. He's pointing, so specifically, he's pointing to the right. And there's a hallway would it still be a hallway? Passageway. Not but 15 feet down the hall to the right that it seems to be pointing to.
So we need to go right.
Let's go that way. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Here we go down the path.
We're following the creepy guy in the stone. Got it.
As you guys start to proceed down this hallway with a little bit of speed, first thing is for you, as you're specifically looking out for it, Clay Beekman, is you guys are kind of like looking about. You follow that hallway. As soon as you guys get to the next portion that has another pathway that could take, you see another man almost protruding from the stone, pointing it further down the hallway you're currently following. You continue to follow along it, you kind of being in the front, and then Clay Beekman, you kind of being in the back looking for the baboon. You do see a larger creature kind of like hunched over, walk the hallway, not but 200 feet behind you. That seems to go where you guys were previously. As you guys continue to follow this man in stone, whatever this picture is, for the better part of an hour, going through a labyrinth of different corridors, tunnels. Go ahead, Zephyr.
Kane, do you have Pass Without a Trace?
I do.
We should probably
As
be using
Tuku's
that for
been
the next
harvesting the
little bit.
crystal for...
It's a little dangerous, don't you think?
Because it's either going to let us pass without a trace, or it's going to give lots of tracks showing us where we're going.
I can try, though. I'm going to cast it, and again, similar to last time, I'm going to attempt to utilize the fluctuations to my benefit.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
27.
God damn. Okay. Not only does it work, in this case it would have a 50% increased effectiveness. So I believe that's plus 15 to everyone.
Yes.
Instead of a plus 10.
When we're trying to stealth our way out of here.
Group stealths?
Basically, again, you would see Kane almost just, with the reduced gravity, he almost just taps the staff on the ground, almost like lifting him up slightly, as the heat haze explodes out completely, enveloping the corridor.
Not only do you guys have a little bit of that almost like mirage that seems to cover you, but in addition to that, with the way that I'm going to interpret this, the extra stealth, it's almost as if for a moment you guys are able to better understand or access whatever this oddball gravity is, effectively quite literally allowing you to pass without a trace as you guys spend much more time. You almost like take longer, almost moon-like steps, leaving much less tracks as you go.
I have disadvantage with
Same.
my armor, and yet I still got a dirty 30.
Jesus.
32.
39.
26.
15, right?
Plus 15.
17. Natural one.
32.
32. Despite Tiku, every time like Tiku jumps, she's not used to this like bigger size. So she's recently
Grabbing
grown.
the crystals too.
It's like she jumps, she lands, and then she sees the crystal that she wants. She's like
like,
and then you guys, as you're kind of all moving, you're almost like carrying her along with you. And periodically she'll grab one and then just kind of like carve it out of the wall as you go. With that being the case, as you guys continue to proceed, you see multiple of these baboon-like creatures that are very clearly looking through these tunnels, narrowly missing or dodging. They seem to be always just a bit behind you, but it's also very clear that as you continue to see these creatures, while you are avoiding them, it is almost as if they have a trail of you. Like they know that you've been there, but they can't seem to find you. With that being the case, the one other thing that you notice is those scorpions with the humanoid legs. This is new for you. It's a insect-like creature, but rather than having the insect legs that a scorpion would have, it has human arms, as well as on their heads seem to vary. The one that you see almost seems to have the head of a small elephant, with the pincers instead being two elephant trunks that kind of like go up before falling lax. Is it kind of like is scurrying about the floor? It starts to look. You get the impression that creature is also looking for you. It is almost as if this cavern is hunting you. You see another as you continue to follow this man in stone. You see what at first you thought to be a horse that quickly reveals itself to have an elongated neck, kind of like a fanned out head, similar to a cobra. Where you expect to see eyes, you instead see two horns that protrude a good 6 feet above its head as it looks about to the ground. Instead of sniffing or looking, instead it seems to hit its horns against the stone and then stops. And you see is similar to how a snake would hiss and use its tongue to actually search. You watch as its ears almost seem to vibrate and just kind of like before it starts to almost respond to the sound and starts to walk around looking for whatever its prey is.
Apparently the first
And
game is hide and seek.
we heard from whatever his face is, whoever was doing the research earlier, that the baboons were eating the other things, but nothing seems to be eating each other anymore.
The baboons were eating the scorpions, the scorpion humanoid, the smaller creatures. Think like a baboon quite literally eating ants is kind of the impression he gave you. And you would still see those baboons as they start to look. Periodically, they'd like see one on the wall and they'd reach out and they'd eat it. They do not seem to have stopped. Whatever these scorpion-like creatures are, seem to be at the bottom of the food chain from what you can see. With that being the case, after you follow it for about the better part of an hour, and that's what you would see in the hour before finding yourself at a stone door, fully intact, doesn't seem to be damaged at all, and it is slightly creased open.
Any runes?
Yes. In fact, the entire door seems adorned with arcanic runes.
Can I just do a quick glance over and just make sure it's not like a enter here and die?
This
even at a
Gurgle's thing.
Even at a quick glance, all of these seem to be almost like glyphs of warding, keeping things out from entering the door. However, with the bit of experience that you have, and between yourself and Zephyr, your knowledge of the arcane, you know the majority of these are not currently active because the door is cracked and not closed.
Tiku goes right in.
Tiku just opens up the door and kind of abruptly charges in. Looking inside, you would see the scene that Clay Beekman had seen, although a little bit different. There's dust that's been gathered over there's dust that's on the glass cases to the left. There's a chest that he had pulled the baboon jerky from. The chest is now opened, and it seems to be overflowing with an assortment of furs and stone. The individual who had introduced himself as Serval to you, Clay Beekman, now has a longer kind of graying beard, just down to just below his Adam's apple. His hair now fully gray and down almost to his elbows, as he is still reading a book. The doll that he had previously is sat on the table at the corner, and then the book that you had pulled from the bracer is currently opened on a page, showing the last note that you've seen currently opened on the desk. As he has a different book in his hands, reading it, and he looks up and goes, "Oh, it took a bit longer than I thought. Quickly, come inside. Close the door."
I would use my staff to close the door.
Okay. As you reach behind and shut the door. As you shut the door and you kind of look back, you see another one of those baboon-like creatures who looks towards you, seems to notice you right before you shut the door. In a moment of almost horror, you recognize the face of that individual. That baboon has the face of Zephyr as it looks towards you and smiles before you shut the door behind you.
How?
How the F?
Serval kind
I'm
of places the
this
book on
place.
the table in front of him, not closing it this time. He says,
Possibilities.
"Well, it's nice to finally meet you myself. I've heard much about you." As he places his hand on the book on the corner, shuts it, and then seems to, in a similar way to how Gurgle pulls out of this small dimension, seems to place the book inside.
Tiku's gonna sit back down and start stirring, or making her curry again.
Not to allow for formalities, but are you the real one, or are you another sprig?
I take it to mean that we were successful in our trials.
So, who's that doll supposed to be?
Looks towards it and says, "Oh, that is myself."
Like your sprig self or your self self?
You could say that I myself am I didn't call them sprigs.
That's what
But
they've
that-
called themselves.
That is what Squawk coined it. He still looks young as he looks to Razu, who'd still be on the disc unconscious with you. He says, Sprigs is what Squawk wanted to call them. This is the original me. In order to keep myself safe and to avoid from using others for our experiments, I chose myself to be the first subject, but not before I tied myself to something certain.
So you're a lich.
Similar magic, but not quite the same.
Do you know what
I would be... You could consider me a shell of, and he gestures to the doll, of my true self.
Your true self is the doll?
Yes.
How old are you in Squawk?
I can't say for Squawk. For myself, it's so hard to track time in here. I must be going on a century.
How would you even have contact with Squawk in order to do these experimentations for the sprig? That Zaval that we talked to said that it was recent. Extremely recent. Well, not extremely, but 10, 15 years recent.
The means is already about you, as he gestures to Gurgle, specifically to his wrist. My only communication with the outside seems to have arrived here. We've been
So effectively, you're pen pals.
with myself, yes.
Why can that bracelet transcend time? It
I think
seems.
it's more like space.
It transcends the magical fluctuations.
Space would be more accurate.
Are the bracelets connected, or is the book connected?
Well, they are the same, but different, or they exist within the same space, but at different intervals.
The bracelet or the book?
The bracelet. And in so doing, the book.
I think it's more like if we were in the dome, the time dome, and you sent a message. Oh, you weren't there, never mind.
So first
It's kind of
of all,
like if we sent a message out of the time dome and we were talking to somebody that was experiencing time at a different speed than us.
Yes.
so quick questions first. Are we safe in here?
As long as the door is shut.
Okay. Question number 2: how do we leave?
It is tricky, but I have devoted my life to that since entering.
How did you open the door?
I think he made the door.
I did. You must find the tethers. Well, first off, let me formally welcome you, apologies a little bit late, to the land in between. That which connects all, yet exists nowhere.
Wait, we're currently within the land in between?
Yes. Few entrances, many exits. Hard to quantify and use. Yo, frog. To answer your question on how you leave, though, you must find an anchor point. One of the only ways to arrive back at your material plane. Time may be in flux, or it functions differently here, in case you haven't noticed. It could be send you forward many years in the future, or all your time here could be an instant. Depends on the anchor point you find. So either you traverse until you find an anchor point, or you find the anchor being. You have 7 separate choices there, all the same, but again at different times. Depending on which one you encounter.
You said anchor being.
Yes.
Is this what I would claim to be the guardian of this place.
You could call it that.
Does it have a multitude of colored eyes? And I start listing them.
Did you list off the different eyes? He says, it is all the same, but different, as he gestures to the bracelet that Gurgle is currently wearing, and then to his own as well. He says, depending on which being you encounter will change, or I should say which version will change how you should exit.
This creature, by the way, this is where you got the idea for the sprigs.
Yes.
Don't Tiku, Zephyr, and Gurgle still have the rocks we got from Gongili that allow you to shift between the land and between in the normal realm?
Yeah, we do.
Only Gurgle and
Gurgle,
Tiku.
Zephyr, and Tiku.
Zephyr didn't take one because he didn't like him.
I think that's also just the ethereal plane, if I remember.
Yeah,
right.
it's
So-
We definitely all
Yeah,
of us
but the
took one
ethereal
of
plane got
back.
renamed into the land in
The
between.
ethereal plane is the land in between.
I
So-
left quickly out of it. I did have one though.
Did you? Okay,
Yeah.
well then yes, you would
But
also
also,
have
they
one.
were
They were
did-
limited uses.
they were limited
10
uses,
maximum.
I don't know about them. Just bring it up. Just thought.
My recommendation would be to find the anchor being at the bottom of the pit.
Yeah, we already found him in a vision, and he killed everyone.
And I'm pretty sure he's onto us already.
He has his eye on you, yes. I've been able to hide you from his sight.
So why would we want to talk to him or meet him?
Or eliminate his eyes. They hunt you now. They are, again, in a similar light. Different, but the same.
From what I understand from how Zephyr explained it, these creatures are on a whole different level.
They have a very dangerous aptitude about them, yes.
So how do we not just get one-sided?
How do we get them alone?
Getting them alone would be a feat I hope you could accomplish. Proper scouting, perhaps a trap.
So they do move separately.
They are, again, the same. They cannot exist together.
But anyone can be, like, any one of them could be at any point.
In
Whenever they want
to. It sounded like there was multiples when they incidentally teleported to its lair, I would assume.
Didn't Tiku see 4 at the same time?
Which I would
Four
assume
eyes.
is maybe its treasure vault.
The Guardian, as you call it, is the only exception. I was referring to the creature that I would recommend you hunt. For if you can eliminate one, you can find an anchor.
Okay, that's what we're talking
The
about.
Guardian exists nowhere and everywhere.
I'm pretty sure the only reason to let us move around is because it was enjoying the hunt of it.
It has long since been searching for its own being. I've heard whispers of it, encountered it on occasion. We've made a deal that I do intend to hold to. I was to direct its guest when she came, because they must become one. The temporal must be stabilized.
Who is a guest? What?
You.
Everyone that enters. You did mention there were a whole bunch of souls trapped in the creature.
He long since has wanted to leave, and he looks for one that can help guide his exit as well as their own, but everyone has failed. You could think of me as a guide he allows here, to live, still with precautions as he gestures to the door, but safe from him.
So you suggest we hunt some other creature? What is this
The
creature?
baboon creature, the face stealer, the soul snatcher. It has many names.
Well, I definitely did not just see him out there. Having his face, no less.
Definitely could just be sitting by the door.
They can't. The door is ever moving, ever distant, yet always near.
So you want them to hunt the soul stealer? Why you got Tiku to the guardian?
You could join them, or you could go separate. I would recommend, as a group, hunting this creature, the face stealer.
Securing an anchor point and then going to the guardian.
Yes, for if you must defeat the guardian, you will need to sever his anchor points.
Which are its odds?
Multiple
Yes,
baboons.
you must find each.
Each baboon?
Yes.
Okay, just make sure we're still talking about baboons.
I gotta address two elephants in the room right now. One, there's your daughter. She's unconscious. Not sure how to wake her up. Something that Squawk was working on, and I've paused her deterioration for the time being. Number two, how's your feelings about us killing your sprig? I assume some of those memories and emotions came back.
Yes. It was all... It had to happen.
I'm like inside checking this man.
Go for it.
How many baboons are there?
7.
19.
Anchors.
19. His mind is definitely partly gone. It's hard to know. He doesn't seem to be lying, but it also could be that parts of it are not exactly coming to him. Like, if he remembers it, it might
He
be so
doesn't seem
distant.
He doesn't seem like secretly be holding a grudge.
He
Effectively.
does not.
Tiku needs to hunt. Tiku was told to eat the dragon.
What's
so-
your feelings to Zestaria?
I know that I will love her, and that I did.
But it's like,
knowledge, not feeling now?
That said, if you wish to hunt the anchors, even if it's just one and then leave, it would be difficult with those with you. You could leave them here if you wish.
I definitely wouldn't want to leave most of them here. I do want to try to get Razu up to speed if possible.
I would like to insight him about that specifically. Obviously, he could just be suggesting that out of goodwill, or he could be trying to hide his true intentions through goodwill.
Go for it.
27.
27. There doesn't seem to be any kind of motive behind it. Doesn't seem to be trying to help you or trying to hinder you.
just
He almost seems to
information.
be explaining to you options that are available.
What does the gray crystals do?
I know not what you mean.
She means if you eat them.
She's
I
been
can't say
eating,
I've tried.
she's been eating the stones in the wall, and apparently feeding them to us in visions.
Are there any other living creatures here? Any kobolds left?
Yes.
If we save the guardian, can we save the creatures, or can we find them and bring them back here?
Maybe. They will not be the same, though. Altered. Mentally, physically.
How many?
6.
Are they being held captive or are they hiding?
They're hiding. Forever, recently.
Hiding in time.
Did your counterpart tell you about the key and what it does?
It doesn't have to. It's mine.
May I ask what it does?
It is... almost like in the middle of it, he goes, it is the key to, and then he almost seems to start to trail off. It is stolen. You must ask the part of me lost. My own encounter with the face stealers. As at this point, you realize that as you guys had gone through the hallways and you had looked at the baboon creature, the face previous to Zephyr's was a younger Serval.
Oh, snap.
Leaves.
One of your sprigs get captured by one of the face dealers then.
One that came to see why our communication went dormant. I had not stopped responding. Time had simply altered in its flux, and I was never a patient sort.
Well, I think what the plan is we stay here, rest up, wake up Razu, be ready to kill him if we need to.
Tiku can't help but hold his soul. Not ready.
Hold his soul.
Squawk soul. Can't take it.
Is there any other door in this?
I need the Packers' help. And I don't want to release Squawk.
Or Razu can just get his shit together and stay in control.
Squawk killed so many kobolds.
We can handle Squawk later.
Squawk will wake up. Tiku can't take his soul yet.
You're saying don't wake up Razu until we can take Squawk out of the picture.
If Squawk is not out, Tiku can't fight with Razu. Tiku will not release him. Too dangerous. Plus, kobolds never come if Squawk is there.
We're going to need Razu for this. You know that, right?
Why? We can kill baboons.
I think there's more. We need everything. We need every card we have.
I say this out of genuine curiosity, and I mean no animosity by it whatsoever. But why are you giving Razu so many second chances? I believe this is his third time that he's trying to kill us.
Razu? I don't know about that. Seems to be Squawk every time. But this is...
Just barely. The fight
What?
in Timberhold.
Okay.
You
what do you mean?
yourself said you fought him when he was cast.
Just barely being when he was possessed by Squawk?
And Tiku released Squawk? Or suppressed him? And
I'm
it
not
was
sure
just
what was
Razu?
going on at that point. everything was going crazy. There was a portal coming through in the middle. We were fighting some crazy hybrid creature. Squawk was possessing his body, then wasn't possessing his body. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Do you have another door?
I do not.
Tiku shoved some, Razu's soul back into the body? Like, you tell me what was going on exactly.
I'm telling you that it was Squawk at the initial part, and then Tiku returned Razu to himself. But something, most likely Bane, was clouding his judgment.
I have a plan for that too.
I'm just curious how many second tries you're going to give him
this
until he
is-
kills you.
This is the last time. But the benefit is with Squawk's not going to let Razu die. So Squawk's going to stay in check until at least we leave this place. Squawk wouldn't want to lose his golden boy.
I mean, everything that is done up to this point is to keep Razu alive and perfect him, I guess.
I'm just saying it's a strong card to play.
I just do not know how we can trust Razu at this point.
Okay, then let's kill him right now.
This is not what I suggested.
Then what are you suggesting?
We leave him here.
Siding with Tiku.
To do what here?
Stay unconscious.
To
Stay.
kill the other people in here?
To not betray us.
To stay
I
unconscious.
think keeping him next to us is the best way to keep an eye on him. Serval, do you think you could fight any of us in your state?
No.
No, hold on. Here's the thing.
Better
Here,
question. Would you
can't
even
keep-
fight him?
We can't keep Razu's body here. We honestly we can't. We don't know if those baboon things will get to him.
I don't.
We don't know who else can get to him. He is safer next to us.
I think he's safe in here. Sounds like they have a deal worked out where they can't trespass in this space.
But here's the thing. Even if you left him with Serval, if my read on you is correct, you're not with us or against us. You're not going to fight Razu for no reason.
I am, again, a guide. But you all do confuse me. You speak of him as if he has nothing to say.
That is kind of the point of a trial. Especially one...
No, you refer to him as unconscious. He's not been unconscious since you entered.
I mean, that's fine. Everything still stands, though.
I would walk over and I would inspect Razu.
You walk over and you start to inspect him. You effectively, you like sit him up. And you start to look for signs of him being awake. And you get, well, that kind of ends all of the fun.
I would place my staff up under his chin, like ready to at least attempt to break his neck.
And you kind of like push it back. He opens his eyes, and this, from the demeanor as well as the look in the eyes, is very clearly this is Squawk. What you had done in that fight previously did not seem to eliminate him. Almost more so as like you had knocked him unconscious. At this point, having regained consciousness, he goes, I can tell you that I mean no harm to all of you. I can stay. We can go.
Is Razu even still in there?
Yes.
Able to speak?
Is he? Make a wisdom saving throw.
Razu's?
Yep.
Some saving throw? I think that's a +2. It's a 13.
13 is enough to be able to talk. He goes, yeah.
What would you like to ask me?
Just simply, how can we trust you?
Well, easiest answer. I didn't do the deeds.
You didn't cut Zephyr's arm off. You didn't
I
just barely try to
apologized.
kill Tiku.
You apologized.
Later, I realized I didn't have control of the power.
You still don't.
True.
So
Do I know that I was fighting them in the other room previously?
Now
No?
you do. What you realize in this moment, what you realize had happened, is upon regaining consciousness, especially being lost from the previous interaction, and then coming back and the first thing you saw was blood, effectively that battle, almost like that lust for battle, that lust for a kill, for a challenge, had made you see what you wanted to see in order to fight.
And in my loss of control and being unconscious, I thought you had all been killed.
And what's
My brain had convinced me that you all were the enemy. But
Razu, you do understand you're broken, right?
Razu, you can't kill Clay Beekman.
funny joke.
That is the second time out of 2. 100% failure rate on your part.
Well,
Both times ending in casualties. And what if the third time ends in a finality?
my answer is I've remembered things. I've started to discover who I've always been.
Razu, you're only a shell of Squawk.
No,
You can't even control your own urges without him present.
I would say it's the other way around. Squawk is the shell of my current desires. Something that
Or are you just the desire of Squawk?
maybe one and the same. But my answer to you, I think remembering things about my past has really made me realize why I always
fake.
wanted power.
Yeah.
A blind lust for power because I didn't remember anything.
And now you do. What do you remember? What was the night of the dark moon? Black moon.
A slaughter. And it started long before that night. Slaughtered kobolds, slaughtered Cytheron's family. The entire games were set up by my own hands.
I'm gonna inside him.
Sure.
That's quite a bold claim. 21?
At minimum, he believes it's true.
But I realized Squawk, I believe, to have done what he thought was my own current desire. And it was. But I've started to realize I never wanted power just for the sake of power. I wanted power to be with my family, to be with my mother and play with my sister again, and not let anyone change it. Because of the knowledge Squawk had, that was never able to be. And that's why I left. That's why I wanted power. But I forgot everything. Still don't know why, though. Still much to be learned. But I've realized
what's worth giving up for the sake of power. And friends aren't worth it. 'Cause if you have to give up the sister you want to play with to get it, then you lost what you were fighting for. And even if you got the power to bring them back, it could never be the same. So, if that's not enough to convince you, I have nothing left to say.
Tiku grabs her pot ladle and chucks it at Razu's head.
Grabs your what?
Pot ladle.
Her pot ladle that she's using.
As you finish your statement, you kind of...
Is it like a angry or a...
No, it's an angry pot ladle throw.
It's like you get like a... as it bounces off your head, clatters to the floor.
Is there another room to walk into?
No.
There's no other doors, is what he said.
Tiku's just gonna go sit in the corner.
Glanced down at the ladle on the floor.
And
I believe you have your answer. At least from her.
All you are to me right now, Razu, is a loaded gun.
Fair?
What's a gun?
What was the creature that we
Boomstick.
met on the mountain?
what makes your family any better than anyone else's?
It's not. But, from what I can tell, Squawk played the villain of my story so I could be the hero.
Well, obviously that's not the case.
Well, I think
Sounds like you're a supervillain.
that I've made
Countless?
unforgivable mistakes,
Countless.
which I again think is fair. But
And what do you think is fair for your punishment?
The crimes must be paid for. Words are not enough.
I think that it should be judged by person I think right to give judgment.
I don't think you get to choose this, Razu. You misunderstand.
I don't.
The criminal doesn't pick who judges them.
True.
You may be able to pick a lawyer at most.
You asked what I think. And I think, at the very most, you have the right to chop off my limbs. DQ has the right to my life. Do I think that I'm truly responsible for the murders leading up to the games? No. And yes, my horrible lust for power led Squawk to do unspeakable things. For my own sake. So do I think I found some humanity in your words? Yes.
You do realize...
But I'm also just confused. Thinking about so many things.
You know the one who's going to truly judge you is going to be Tiku, right?
I said that.
And that's going to be now.
Think my life is in Tiku's hands. And as far as I'm concerned, this party has already decided that at the very least, Squawk is going to be dead.
I will kill him.
Which I feel is my fault.
Is... Tiku,
I wish I could kill him right now.
could you come here for a moment?
No.
Razu, I think the only way you're making it out of this room alive is you need to get rid of Squawk now.
Do I think myself capable of doing so?
Do you know someone who has the ability to control your head? Might be able to help.
Who is that person? Me?
Bane is the only person you know who's had influence over your mental
You already
standing.
killed your wife or your mother and sister.
Well,
Wait a second. Hold on. Theory. Brewing. It's not possible for us to kill the Guardian, is it, Mr. Blackmage?
I don't think we want to kill him.
We're not attacking the Guardian. We're
It
attacking
would be
the
a very impressive feat.
We don't need to kill him. Don't we just need to have Tiku like nibble on a soul a little
We
bit?
need to poke his eyes, right?
As far as I understand it, the Inca beings are not the Guardian.
The anchor
Correct.
beings are the
Bamboo
bamboo
creatures.
people.
But the creature, the thing with the eyes at the bottom. Or wherever it is.
That was specifically for Tiku alone.
He's saying we will go in and we'll confront that thing after we destroy his anchor points.
Effectively, what he had said is that it is impossible to confront the Guardian, as you're calling him. It is impossible to confront him without destroying his anchors.
Or teleporting into his room.
Well,
You could teleport into his room.
the problem, I think what he means by taking out the anchors first is because, okay, this is going to be a bit of a theory here, is that anchor points allow him to be attached to different parts of space and time, which gives him a vast amount of power, which allows all that crazy time magic. So it makes him practically impossible to actually confront as a being, as he exists in all points and no points at the same time, as well, and can control you at all points and no points at the same time. So you get rid of the
Okay,
anchor
you can't
points.
kill him.
You get rid of the anchor points. You
He
get rid
becomes
of a lot of
invulnerable,
his
yeah.
powers.
It's impossible to kill something
That
that is
doesn't
guaranteed
exist.
to be alive in the future.
But exists.
Or
yeah.
I
any
understand.
time.
But
I can just recreate those anchors in the past when you destroy them in the future.
you said that creature Adaro or wasn't Adaro? The orc guy out of your head, right?
Gold Roche.
Yeah, gold rush out of your head, right?
Yeah, ish, kind of. It's complicated.
What if he eats?
The only way they had access to my mind was through the telepathic bond spell. I should be fine otherwise.
What if he eats? Squawk.
I mean, that's one way, but I think that's an encounter that we wouldn't survive. To be honest, Razu, the only way you're getting out of here is you gotta get rid of Squawk. Squawk's not leaving this room.
I know of a way. Can't promise it'll work, though.
Tiku, you're gonna need to help with this.
You see Tiku's fists are like little hands are in fists.
And before you do
And there's like
something-
blood dripping from her hands.
Finish first.
Just in the corner. Sorry, what were you keep going. I was describing something.
There you
Oh, sorry.
Before you do something, explain to us what you're doing.
Well, the only person that's been able to take out the alchemy that Squawk has done was Bane.
What has Bane done with
Tiku.
anything that's helped you?
Can you fix my arm?
Well, Bane
Is there something wrong with your arm?
could, if he knew it was there, remove Squawk from me.
Can't even use it.
Razu almost cut it off.
right.
It's like completely debilitated. Think of it like he didn't cut it off, but he severed the tendons, giving her control.
You do realize Bane as a god doesn't help people.
Yeah.
He gives power to those who help themselves.
So my thing is again, that's the only way I know of. And I said I can't promise it'll work, but it might work.
You're just going to ask Bane and he's
Can
going
you
to
fix
help
my
you.
arm?
Potentially.
That's not how Bane works, Razu.
The answer is, I'm pretty sure Bane wants Squawk gone, so I think he'll do it.
No, I don't think Bane gives a shit about Squawk.
I think he does more than you know.
I think you misunderstand Bane's intent for you. It's the same intent Cho'Gall has for us.
Kogal?
Kogal, not Cho'Gall. Mix up names.
We are doing
Yes.
great with name decision.
And if Squawk needs to die, so that I don't die, so that I can challenge him, he might do it. But
He's not going to help you.
When you say that, Tiku, Kane would glance to the side. Well, no. Yes. Yes, I can fix your arm. And he'll stand up and he'll start making his way over. And I'm going to be casting Greater Restoration combined with like Cure Wounds and stuff. Greater Restoration says it can remove a target's reduction to their ability scores. And her arm is giving her a minus to dexterity. So that should work. And I know the whole Arcana check. And I'm curious, if I use more Diamond Dust in the process, would it lessen the detrimental effects, or would it just make them worse?
Material components wouldn't affect the spell.
Okay.
So you'd have your baseline of material components that you'd be using.
Is there anything I could do to try and negate the detrimental effects, other than just rolling well?
You talking?
The detrimental effects of the crystal eye.
Not that you know of.
Okay, then I'm going to cast Enhance Ability before I do that, to give myself advantage.
Okay.
So with the combination of Enhance Ability, Cure Wounds, and Greater Restoration.
I would then say
Does it work?
It's got to roll first.
Roll the first one for Enhance Ability, which is a 31. And then the Greater Restoration. Well, do you want me to just roll once for the Greater Restoration and Cure Wounds, or once each?
It'd be once each.
Greater Restoration. What? 22. Cure Wounds. 24. I hate this dice.
Okay. As he's working
They're still
on
pretty
curing,
good.
you guys
They're
can finish your
still pretty good
conversation.
rolls.
And then
so, Dutiku, I'm truly sorry for the things that happened. And my family, nor me, is above others. Which is why I think Squawk must die. And for that,
I would look inwards for this.
I am truly sorry, Father, for my blind desires turned out to make you do. And that's something I'll have to live with or die with for the rest of my life.
yeah. It is successful. You are able to effectively repair and cure the tendon and the control in Tiku's arm. A regeneration spell also would have done the trick.
Yeah, that's 7th level that I don't have the spell slot for. I have the spell prepared, but I don't have the spell slot.
It is what it is. It's just letting you know. But with that, mainly because you were able to harness the higher peak of the spell or of the arcane, it does work. You are able to get the control back.
Thanks, Kane.
Tiku's gonna take off her hat and the orb and hold it. Put her hand on the symbol and the orb to try to harness the power, like use the souls and channel her in her packer, if you will. And she's gonna finish slicing her hand and squeeze her blood into her pot after she empties it.
Of course. Out of everyone here, you and Zephyr have earned my respect.
And she's gonna grab the pot and say, "You better help me, Razu."
And she's gonna palm his head and try to pull Squawk out into the pot. Actually, I'm gonna slice Razu's hand and get some of Razu's blood in it first. Mix the two bloods together. And then palm Razu's head and try to pull Squawk out.
Razu is going to try to assist in this, but in my mind, trying to talk to Squawk. Just,
I'm sorry, Father. I hope in all of the things I've done wrong, which is most things, this next bit I can make up to you the life that you've given to me.
I want to do a thing in case he does a thing. I'm keeping a tight leash on any like power going to like divinity from this guy. Because I'm going to interject as soon as it happens.
From Squawk, you mean?
No. This is this Razu and Bane situation.
Yeah. Oh, from Razu and Bane. Okay.
Okay. So
just in case it happens,
if I need
I'm just calling this out
if I need
right
more power,
now.
I'll be trying to suck it from the souls. It's basically
Say some words if this happens.
you first off get to make your. We've decided survival for this.
Oh yeah.
Do we do survival or do we do nature? We talked about this just the other day.
Survival's a bit higher for her. So
They were almost the same, but survival's one higher.
Which one would make more sense though with like communing with spirits?
you've always had to make a survival check in the past.
Yeah.
Well, survival it might be like searching for souls or like.
Or
if it's my soul, I could see
It's still a
survival.
wisdom
Like
check.
if it's me.
For the sake of this for now, just stick with survival. I might
But
change.
nature makes a little more sense for like interacting with souls, not me. Like I don't know. You can decide.
I'm gonna get back to that. For now, we're just stick with survival.
I still think it's wisdom, just because like if you think about the classes that are wisdom based, like they are a lot more spiritual.
They're more spiritual, like druids and stuff.
So we're gonna stick with survival now. Gonna make that.
It's really low.
I know, right? I had advantage, and the highest one I rolled was an 8.
Not great.
On 4 dice.
You do have advantage because Razu was assisting you. If you didn't roll with advantage.
Try and get that. It can't get much worse.
Get those numbers up, Tiku.
I just wish I had my saving throws, but we used them all during the last fight, and we haven't short rested.
You have advantage.
Because I can do this a lot better.
That's a 20!
That was a lot better.
A lot better.
She added a 0 to the number.
It was a 2. or,
Mentally, could I like see and envision
it's a 27.
of
total.
Squawk in my mind? Like we're both in. You ever seen like a show where you're both like in the brain and they're actually talking to each other, like Itadori and Sakana?
Sakana.
Sukana.
Whatever the case is. So the answer to this is for you, TQ. You are able to find and you are very much so able to sense both Razu's and Squawk's souls within Razu's
Are there
body.
other souls in there?
There is. There's one more that you sense in there as well, based on the roll that you got. You do not recognize the third, though.
Yoink.
Does it seem evil? Does your action
Gives you the idea of a
evil?
lost soul. Similar to the souls that are actually in this place, there seems to be a soul that's lost within his mind. With that being the case,
One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Focus on the one.
as you're able to find it and you're pulling, and you are very much so successfully pulling out the essence of Squawk, and you can, in that same kind of feeling, you can see the almost like the light blue sort of pulling your fingers.
Can I say for effect that I carved into my hand the Packer symbol before I?
Yeah. Again, it's an archway with it looks like an archway
fire,
looking into a cavern
with a fire
the fire in the pot. It's not the most professional thing. You recognize it, but it's still very much so able to carve it in. While you are successful, Razu, you are able to encounter Squawk in a familiar place. In fact, you're up to your shin, just like midway up your shin, standing in what appears to be a lake of blood. And you see Squawk standing in front of you, and he goes. He kind of like looks up, like he's looking for something. He says,
Well, seems I've taken you to the end of the journey, my son.
I would walk up and in this vision, in this image, Razu is a little kid again, about the size he was playing when he was playing with his sister.
yeah, I say it's fine.
I would have Razu walk up to him and give him a hug.
I'm sorry. I made you do this.
No, I did this.
But it's my fault.
As Razu would start having tears coming down his face.
Squawk just smiles, and he kind of hugs you, and he pulls you into him, and he says,
Your friends may not agree with what I've done, but I regret none of it. I would do it all again for you, my boy. In a heartbeat. Even knowing what awaits me after this.
He almost seems to have a little bit of a fearful smile, but is very much so obviously content.
Well, I hope when my time comes, wherever it may be, I may join you. I can never make up to you what you've done for me. Even if people resent you for what you did. I never will.
Well, that's all I need.
As he almost seems to into the blood. As for you, Tiku, you are able to pull this essence, and very clearly this soul that you instantly can recognize as Squawk. I wouldn't say you have pleasant feelings towards it.
Can I try to crush it?
You can. Rather than effectively storing, or in the sense that you get that the Packer almost seems to allow souls to pass. Whatever he does, your interaction with Terrence leads you to believe that there's some kind of passing with what he has. And while you've started to understand a little bit of that, you also have started to understand what causes a soul to be lost. And in that moment, as you watch as that blue essence almost seems to circle into your hand, and then seems to almost dissipate and fades. You feel very clear of mind, Razu.
Do you want me to help the other one?
Do I know what she's talking about?
No idea.
You tell me there's another.
I don't know who it is, but they are lost.
Seems like I have someone to save.
Well, I have no obligation to that soul. So if you want to save them yourself.
Tiku just walks back over into the...
As soon as you
corner.
kind of take your hand away from him, and you go to start to turn, you immediately feel a strong pull in Razu to the point that not only do you feel it, and this would be for all of you, you immediately almost like start to see, as Tiku seems to crush whatever that is, a familiar red aura seems to almost like start to form around his collarbone. So first off, what are you doing?
Okay.
As you do recognize this magic, you have seen it before.
Okay, so effectively, Bane's influence is kind of taking over right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the intent we're going with. Okay.
Am I allowed to make a religion check? I feel like normally I got a religion.
I need to progress just a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay.
Razu, you are still in that area. You now seem to be yourself, and you hear very much so what sounds like almost like a disappointed father kind of voice. Quite in the contrast to what you just heard from Squawk. And you hear, "Are you really so coward-like that you will not take responsibility for anything you do? You don't even say what you want. I don't know what he sees in you, but I don't see it." As you watch, almost like rising from the blood, you see there seems to be a form of you that appears. And then another figure to the right. The individual looks familiar. It looks to be like Zephyr, completely made of blood except for the arm, which is very clearly Zephyr's arm. Another individual to the left. You see a Tortoise-like individual, completely made of blood, kind of hunched and looking at you. Almost seems sad, slightly confused. You see another individual who rises from this blood. Familiar, but you don't quite recognize them. The only thing you know for sure is that you've killed them. You see kobolds that start to rise from the blood. You see your party members that you've killed in visions, in the different iterations of them. All these different choices, these kills, these decisions that you've made, almost all start to form in these almost vestiges of blood of all these different individuals.
Okay. Thematically, I'm casting guidance on him. I'll interject later about what that is.
Along with that, when I crush a soul, my hope or thought, because I want to make him lost, but I want to send him to where the Packer is.
Okay. In that moment, as you see all these different individuals, you again hear the voice. What do you think when you see these choices, consequences, trophies? What do you feel?
Regret.
Disgraceful. The aura immediately immediately ends.
Oh.
You are back in the room.
Well, didn't have to do anything. Not this time, anyways.
And that is where we're going to end for today. As to see what you intend to do with whatever these anchor points are, and if how trustworthy Razu is. Whatever has come of that, what has happened to Squawk's soul, we'll figure out next time. For the time being, appreciate
Hopefully
everyone that hung out. We love you, Jasmine. Hope you have a wonderful night. See you next week. Bye-bye.